10-team field of the Pink Flamingo Championship. Hi, everybody. Alongside Beth Duncan-Berger, my name is Sam Hyman. The first of 5 games today as we unpack the Pink Flamingo Championship. Beth, what a great field of teams we have, starting with Georgia and Columbia today.
Sam, are you ready for some exciting basketball? What an action-packed field. Starting off, we got 2 teams that played in postseason play last year. It's going to be a good one.
Yeah, we have actually 9 of the 10 teams here made a postseason tournament from a season ago. Let's take a look at our players to watch for this game. We start with Columbia. Abby Shu can flat out ball.
A complete player, can score all 3 ways, a great outside shooter, certainly one of the best to ever play in the Ivy League.
On the other side for the Georgia Lady Bulldogs, also wearing number 35, but a different type of player, it's Javin Nicholson.
Coming off the bench today, but Javin Nicholson is a walking double-double. Beast in the paint, really solid player for Georgia.
Georgia and Columbia getting set to tip off the first of 5 games today. Let's take a look at the starting lineups. First for the Columbia Lions. How about this? Kitty Henderson with a career-high 23 points last time out in the win over Towson. What jumps out to you with this starting 5?
Well, we've got the sisters, both the Henderson sisters starting, and we've got a very solid, great outside shooting team in the Columbia lineup.
On the other side for Georgia, their starting 5. Back in the starting lineup, it's 𝗀𝗏𝗱𝘆 Smith. She came off the bench the last 2 games, and somebody that is very productive. Smith with 12.5 points per game. She's going to be key.
It hasn't mattered to her whether she's been a starter or come off the bench. She has produced either way, and that's a sign of a great player.
Our officiating crew for this one, Troy Winders, Natosha Harris, and Courtney Robinson, as we get set to open up the Pink Flamingo Championship. These 2 teams will play 2 games this week. Columbia and Georgia will start off our 5-pack of games today. This Georgia team coming in 3-1 with a 77-57 win at Mercer last time out. Columbia, an 80-57 win over Towson, and you had a chance to catch practice and see both of these 2 teams yesterday while I was busy finishing up the Bahamas Championship.
You're talking about 2 great coaches, and the detailed work that's gone into preparing for this game should lead for an exciting matchup.
In the center circle, it's 𝗀𝗏𝗱𝘆 Smith, the freshman, 6'1", going up against Abby Shu. Georgia in the white unis, and quickly it's Columbia in the navy and a light powder blue. It's the Lions who start with the basketball. Abby Shu dumps it inside. Cecilia Collins, Kitty Henderson, 𝗀𝗏𝗱𝗆𝘆 also in the starting lineup, number 33. That elbow jumper off the mark from Cecilia Collins.
You see some great extra effort on the board there by the Columbia team. That extra effort's going to come in big in today's game.
Asia Avenger, the junior guard for Georgia.
A little incidental contact. The ref's letting them play early on. I like it.
Low post touch for Jordan Cole. Spins on Abby Shu. Just too strong. 𝗀𝗏𝗱𝘆 Smith, the putback. The freshman from Brunswick, Georgia, who averages just under 13 points per game, gets us started.
We think that rebounding is going to be a big key for Georgia. Coach Abe's teams historically have been excellent rebounding teams.
Here's Cecilia Collins off the mark, and that's out of bounds. Let's take a look at our keys to the game. We touched on it earlier, but Beth, what stands out?
Well, again, Georgia is a team that historically has dominated the boards. Coach Abe's teams in general, wherever she's been. That's going to be a key, getting second chance points in the paints. Columbia has taken some outside shots, and they're going to have to spot up, work against Georgia's zone, and knock some of those shots down.
Yeah, it's a Georgia team that has a ton of size. As this is kicked out, 𝗿𝗏𝗱𝗆𝗆 misses. Gets her own miss and banks it in. 𝗿𝗏𝗱𝗆𝗆𝗆𝗆, the junior from Villa Rica, Georgia, averages just over 12 points per game, and the Lady Bulldogs up 4-0.
2 times down the court, second shots have gone in. Again, rebounding key.
Columbia 2-2 to start the season with wins over Seton Hall, who's in this tournament. And their last win coming against the CAA preseason favorites, Towson. Abby Shu, a baseline jumper, and she's fouled.
Georgia does such a nice job matching up out of their zone. It looks like it's slowed Columbia down just a little bit. It's matched up so well. It makes you think, is it a man? Is it a zone? Do we change what we're running? Columbia will get a little more comfortable as they see how this zone operates.
𝗿𝗏𝗱𝘆 checks in for Columbia, the senior from Pennsylvania, as Abby Shue hits the first free throw. What a career for Abby Shue. She's on just about every preseason watch list coming into this season. The Ann Myers Drysdale and Becky Hammond Award preseason watch lists, as well as 2 National Player of the Year watch lists, Naismith and Wooden Award. Poked away. Kitty Henderson. And that's deflected. 𝘀𝗏𝗱𝘆. It'll stay with the Lions. A frantic pace early.
Columbia's matched up against teams from the Power 5 quite frequently. They're not going to be intimidated by this. You see they settle down quickly.
Yeah, Columbia played Duke earlier this season and almost beat the Blue Devils. That was a 66-62 final.
They're actually 4-1 in their last 5 games against ACC opponents, so they don't back down.
Columbia looking for their first win ever against an SEC opponent. They'll have 2 cracks at it this week here against Georgia, and then they'll play their second game of the Pink Flamingo Championship on Wednesday against Florida.
Great competition, great games, 2 full schedules.
Kitty Henderson prepares to inbound for the Lions.
You see Georgia's zone flattens out a little bit on the out of bounds, and then they tend to match up a little bit more once the ball comes above the foul line.
Fliss Henderson navigates in the paint. That's rejected by 𝘀𝗏𝗱𝘆. The Lady Bulldogs the other way. Destiny Thomas started this game, but it's Javin Nicholson who just checked in, number 35 in white, as she sets the screen for 𝘀𝗏𝗱𝘆.
Javin Nicholson, another player who has responded well to coming off the bench. Still leading the team in scoring and rebounding, doing a great job, comes in early.
Yeah, Javin Nicholson, we highlighted her at the top. First 4 seasons at Georgia, her points have skyrocketed each year. 3.5 points per game to 4.8, 5.3, 9.5, now 14.5 points per game for Javin Nicholson through 4 games this season. Damari Flournoy fires away from the top. Popped out on the right block, and there's Destiny Thomas, the 5th year from Atlanta, who scores.
Destiny Thomas averaged a double-double at Central Florida and is doing what she's known to do. Second shots, scoring in the paint.
Following her head coach, Katie Abrahamson Henderson, who was the head coach at UCF. Now Destiny Thomas in year 1 at Georgia. There's a nice pass inside. Fliss Henderson scores.
What a beautiful backdoor cut.
Fliss Henderson, the freshman from Australia. Damari Flournoy cashes in an 8-ball corner pocket 3. And it's 9-3 Georgia. This is a team that doesn't make a lot of threes. Only 3 threes per game through their first 4 as we've got a foul on the floor.
But make no mistake, Georgia's got a few players that are very good at shooting outside that arc. We just want the right people shooting that ball when they're shooting threes.
Damari Flournoy just hit her 7th, her team leading 7th 3 of the season for the Lady Bulldogs. As we get another substitution, Tanaya Thompson, the 5th year from Hamden, Connecticut, checks in. Columbia basketball. First of 5 games today. Abby Shue rises up and splashes home her first triple.
You see Coach Abe slap her hands down quickly. She emphasized over and over. 35 for Columbia cannot get open looks outside that arc, and she makes them pay.
Her 294th career 3. That's 3rd most among active Division I women's basketball players. Offensive rebound and the stick back for Jordan Cole.
Again, second shot's really hurting Columbia. You can bet that Coach Griffith will be in their ear during the media timeout, emphasizing second shots, taking those away, one and dones.
Kitty Henderson navigates the baseline, reverse layup, too strong. Offensive rebound there, nicely from Paige Lauder.
Great job by Columbia this time of crashing the O boards.
Paige Lauder rises, raises the nylon. Columbia getting extra opportunities, but not cashing in there, Beth.
Ford looks at it and can't get one to fall. It's hard to explain just how big Georgia is inside. It's intimidating to shoot over that height.
And there's 𝗀𝗏𝗱𝘆, who gives Georgia a 13-6 lead. Smith has 4 points. She's made both of her attempts. The Lions 0 for their last 4 from the floor, and there's a kick ball with 4:43 to play in the first quarter. And we will step aside. Our first break of this matchup between Georgia and Columbia. The Lady Bulldogs off and rolling here in Nassau. We'll be back on Flow Hoops. Welcome back to the Baja Mar Convention Center in Nassau. Columbia led by 8th-year head coach Megan Griffith, the 2023 Ivy League Coach of the Year. And my goodness, has she built this program up. Her first 4 years, they only won 10 league games. They won 12 Ivy League games last season and almost made the NCAA tournament.
And some say they should have. She is a Columbia alum. She's got that Ivy League academic degree and really has made a difference on this program. Historically, before her, the team had struggled, and she has led them to be a national contender. Everyone takes notice when Columbia is on the schedule.
After the loss in the Ivy League tournament last year, Coach Griffith said, "With every fiber in my being, I believe we are an NCAA tournament team." Unfortunately, losing in that Ivy League tournament and got sent to the WNIT. They made the WNIT championship game, so a lot to build on despite losing 3 starters from a season ago. You bring back Abby Shue, there's still a lot of expectations.
Absolutely, and you notice she does not shy away from great competition. Already played Duke, already played Seton Hall, got that victory, and playing 2 SEC teams in this tournament. She knows non-conference wins will be a key for her team in postseason.
Javin Nicholson scores for Georgia. It's a 6-0 run for the Lady Bulldogs. Columbia has not made a shot in their last 5 attempts. Kitty Henderson trapped by 𝗀𝗏𝗱𝘆. Good defense from Georgia. Abby Shue has a 3 in this game. 8 on the shot clock. Skipped in the corner. Paige Lauder steps out of bounds. Turnover.
Georgia able to match up and extend that zone a little bit, anticipate some passing lanes, stretch that zone. Hard to score against that. Hard to see to pass against that long defense.
Perry Page has checked in for Columbia, number 1 in Navy. Here is Chloe Chapman, the 5th year, who's got the rock right now. Popped up in the air by Lauder. Nice defense from the Lions.
Long arms on defense by Columbia, giving them right back at them.
Riley Weiss in the game as well for Columbia. The freshman, a very talented scorer. Weiss catches, and the corner 3 is down. for Riley Weiss, her 6th 3 of the season.
Columbia is very high on Weiss, scored almost 3,000 points in high school, and they think her getting hot in this game is a big key.
Yeah, almost 3,000 points in high school. That's why she averaged nearly 40 points per game her sophomore year and just over 39 per game her junior year, as the Lions building some momentum right now.
Those are crazy numbers. Regardless of the league, 40 points a game is really productivity, because you know she faced double teams and triple teams every step of the way.
She's the all-time leading scorer, Riley Weiss, at 𝗀𝗲𝗱𝘆 High School in her first season with the Lions.
Well, Abby Shue has set the mark. Riley Weiss will try to go after that mark in the next 3.5 years, starting her freshman year.
Here's Page, who hits a 3. Perry Page, the sophomore from Pittsburgh.
When you make that zone stretch from baseline to baseline, it proves to be difficult. Find some open baseline threes. Good news for Columbia to get right back in this game. You got a 3-point contest.
That's the first 3 of the season for Perry Page, who only averages 10 minutes per game through the first 4 contests. And the Lions turning it up right now. Another takeaway. Timeout, Georgia, with 2 minutes left in the first quarter. Columbia has gotten to within 3. It is a 6-0 run over the last 63 seconds. What's changed, Beth?
What I like to see from Columbia is how they're switching up, guarding the Horns ball screen. They're not letting the guards get comfortable. Let them come off clean one time, show the trap that time, force a skip that goes out of bounds. Great coaching by Coach Griffith.
Coach Griffith, we highlighted her just a moment ago. The head coach for the Georgia Lady Bulldogs is 𝗀𝗲𝗱𝘆 Henderson in her 2nd season, only the 3rd head coach in program history for the Lady Bulldogs. Of course, Andy Landers was the head coach at Georgia from 1979 to 2015. She's got a ton of experience and a ton of size to this team. As we look at from last year's Georgia team to this year's Georgia team, what are your thoughts on last year's team versus this year's team?
I think she just continues to bring in her style of players. She likes kids that play hard on defense, that value the ball, that rebound well. All she's done is win everywhere she's been, and we're going to see that continue at Georgia.
22 wins for Georgia last season, the most in 5 seasons. Out of the timeout, Georgia trying to snap this 6-0 run for Columbia. 𝘀𝗲𝗱𝘆 Smith straight down the lane. Knocked out of bounds, Columbia basketball.
One thing we've seen Columbia do is lock down, make Georgia go one and done on the offensive end. If they can continue to do that, we will continue to see a tight game.
Kitty Henderson brings the ball up the floor. The junior from Australia leads the team in field goal percentage and assists. Nearly 5 assists per game for number 10 in Navy and powder blue.
Kitty's a long guard as well, so she can see over that zone, find the open person.
A jump ball possession arrow favors Georgia. Really good active hands from Asia Avenger, the junior guard from California in her first season with Georgia.
Actually played against Georgia last year in a tournament typical to this setting, and loved Georgia's style of play. And when she had that grad year, that grad transfer year, reached out to Coach Abe and said, hey, I'd like to be a part of what you got going on.
Yeah, transfer from San Diego State. Last year, she was one of 3 players in the nation to average 11 points per game, 4 assists, 2 steals, and shoot 45% from the floor. Offensive foul against Destiny Thomas. Away from the basketball.
Again, another changeup in the ball screen defense. Let's give a shout out to the Columbia staff for their tournament blue Hawaiian shirts. They definitely get the cool apparel award so far.
Absolutely. For the sake of this tournament, let's I'm going to say they're Bahamian, right?
There we go. Columbia blue.
Yeah.
The Baha Mar blue as well.
Yeah, it's a beautiful sight. Shout out to the Columbia staff for getting that coordinated. As Javen Nicholson grabs the rebound. Javin Nicholson, top of the key, dumps it inside for Jordan Cole, and she's fouled.
Draws the foul, but she literally had 4 defenders surrounding her in the paint. Nice job of her to come up with the ball or come up with the foul trying to get the ball.
And this will not be a shooting foul. The foul goes against Kitty Henderson, her first personal. Georgia still without a bucket in the last 3.5 minutes as 𝗀𝗏𝗃𝗀𝗃, the junior guard, returns for Columbia. And Nicole Stevens takes a seat. Georgia led by Damari Flournoy with 5 points. There's Javin Nicholson.
Nice flex cut on the out-of-bounds play. Gets a shot inside that U. High percentage shots.
4 points for Nicholson on 2 of 3 from the floor. There's about a 2-second differential shot and game clock here at the end of the first quarter. And the Pink Flamingo Championship, Georgia and Columbia. First ever meeting between these two teams. Shot clock down to 5. 𝗀𝗏𝗃𝗀𝗃 hands it off. A three-pointer up and down for Riley Weiss, the freshman with her second 3 of the game.
Weiss does what Weiss does. Spots up and knocks down a 3.
Her second 3 in as many attempts, and Columbia is within 2. That's the end of the first quarter. Georgia leads it 17-15 in the first of 5 games today here inside the Baja Mar Convention Center in Nassau. We'll be back in a moment on Flow Hoops. Back inside the Baja Mar Convention Center, Georgia leads Columbia 17-15 as we start the second quarter. Second-year head coach Katie Abrahamson Henderson, a.k.a. Coach Abe, 3 wins shy of 400 in her illustrious coaching career. Other head coaching stops include UCF, Albany, Missouri State. What makes her such a good coach, Beth?
I'll tell you, she has a system, she knows her system, and she's a great teacher. Another sign of a good coach is somebody that keeps their coaching staff intact. Her assistants have been with her for a long time. They know her system. It's a great, cohesive bunch.
Chloe Chapman, knocks down a triple from the corner. Chapman's second 3 of the season, now 2 of 6 on the young campaign. Georgia leads by 3. 𝗀𝗏𝗃𝗀𝗃 off the mark. That's tapped out of bounds, and we'll go to Columbia. But what a season for Coach Abe. Last year, Georgia went 22-12 overall, 9-7 in the SEC, 10 seed in the NCAA tournament, and they really didn't lose a ton. Only 2 significant departures, Brittany Smith and Diamond Battles, who are both playing professionally overseas. Georgia was the only SEC team on the women's side that did not have a single player enter the transfer portal.
She's got depth. She's got young kids that are sitting on the bench, learning the system and waiting for their time. Again, another sign of a well-run program.
A foul on Columbia's Cecilia Collins, a junior from Scranton, Pennsylvania. It's off the ball. First personal on Collins, and she'll take a seat.
Interesting out-of-bounds setup.
Chapman gets free inside and puts it in. 𝗀𝗏𝗱𝗆 off the bench with 5 points and 3 assists.
Proving that it's the size of the dog, not the size of the dog in the fight, the size of the fight in the dog as she gets a shot in the paint and an offensive call there. Avenger steps up and takes that charge.
Asia Avenger, the junior in year 1 at Georgia. We talked about her coming over from San Diego State. It's been a wild journey for her. She was labeled Mountain West preseason freshman of the year, then got hurt, missed the entire season. Georgia's got 3 really good guards in Damari Flournoy, Asia Avenger, and 𝗀𝗏𝗱𝗆. And there's one of them. Avenger knocks down the jumper from the free throw line, and Georgia leads 24-17, not on the gridiron, but on the hard court. Offensive foul.
Georgia's pressure defense, the pressure on the ball, is making Columbia play just a little bit faster than they need to. That's where you'll see moving screens, offensive fouls. Credit Georgia's defense on both those last 2 possessions.
That foul is on Susie Raffu, the sophomore from England who started the season opener. She's come off the bench in Columbia's next 3 games. 24-17 lead for Georgia, shooting 65% from the floor. Columbia, 35%. And Georgia's dominated the glass, +7, pardon me. We talked about that size the Lady Bulldogs possess.
You see Columbia bringing the double team, trying to keep the bigger players from reaching the paint.
𝗀𝗏𝗱𝗆, three-pointer once again. 𝗀𝗏𝗱𝗆 with a game-high 8 points.
Baseline 3 has been good to Georgia so far. One of the best times to shoot a 3 is after the ball goes in the paint, whether it's off the pass or in that case off the dribble.
Down the lane, no dice for Fliss Henderson, the freshman. Georgia's on a 10-0 run over the last 2 minutes. Jordan Cole. Offensive foul. And a lot of excitement and energy there from
Perry Page on that one.
Yeah.
I love a player that'll step up and take a charge.
Columbia basketball. Noah Komesanya to inbound for the Lions, and Fliss Henderson takes the ball up the floor.
Columbia's got some nice, tall guards.
Look at that take from Fliss Henderson, the freshman. Made her first career start last game against Towson, had 3 points. She has 4 points today.
Moved into that starting lineup for a reason.
Another offensive foul.
2 possessions, 2 times in a row. Perry Page steps up and takes the charge. You see she gets her whole Columbia bench up and cheering. Great energy.
As a former coach practicing charges, is that something that just, what does it take?
You practice it, you talk about where you need to be on the court defensively. Help side defense can step in and take a charge at times. But a lot of it's mindset and just tough players take charges.
Abby Shue, 6 points. The team's leading scorer and the Ivy League's leading scorer coming into this game. And a traveling violation called on Columbia. That is the 6th Lion turnover.
Just a little shuffle of the feet as we attack the rim. You notice Abby Shue has not seen the light of day since she knocked down that 3. Coach A, big emphasis on not giving her clean looks.
Chloe Chapman with a game-high 8 points. 𝗿𝗲𝗱𝘆 knocks down a 3. Paradise treating the Lady Bulldogs well so far. 4 of 6 from downtown. It's an 11-point lead. Out of bounds will stay with Columbia. Georgia only averages about 3 threes per game through 4 games.
They've taken good three-point shots. They've taken open, uncontested threes. Their feet are set. Coaches want to see those threes go up, especially from your good shooters.
𝗿𝗲𝗱𝘆 and Chloe Chapman with 8 points apiece, as that's off the mark from Perry Page. Georgia trying to run quickly. Doesn't work.
Transition defense, and you see now Columbia's back on the break.
Riley Weiss way off, out of bounds to Georgia.
But we like to see that look. We want her spotting up, extending the defense.
Columbia has used 5 reserves so far in this game. Georgia's used 3.
Both teams with deep benches. You'll see them go a little deeper than the teams that just play 5 or 6.
There's Javin Nicholson. Acrobatic shot, and she will head to the free throw line. These will be the first free throws of the game for Georgia.
𝗀𝗻𝗱𝘆 seem to wall up at a little bit of the arms as the shot goes up is enough to draw that foul.
So Javin Nicholson, the 5th year from Lawrenceville, Georgia, 6'2", team's leading scorer and rebounder. And she came from Collins Hill High School, the same place that produced 2-time national champion Maya Moore.
Maya Moore, Diamond DeShields. We've had lots of great players come out of... Actually, I'm sorry, Diamond DeShields was not there. But yeah, a great perennial powerhouse in the state of Georgia, right down the road from Athens.
15-2 run for Georgia over the last 4 minutes and change. Abby Shue with a contested J. My goodness, shot that over top of the water slide.
A fadeaway over 2 defenders. That's what makes her great.
She's got that high arcing release, Beth, that I think just makes her so tough to guard. 8 points for Shue. Loose ball leaks out. And Javin Nicholson grabs it for Georgia.
Great hustle by the post player.
Georgia can reset. 𝗿𝗲𝗱𝘆𝘆. 8 points in the game. Feeds Chloe Chapman, who's also got 8. 𝗍𝗍𝗱 Smith had it plucked away. Nice defense. Nicole Stevens runs the fast break. 32-21 lead for Georgia. 3-1 record so far in the young season. Here's Kitty Henderson. Short.
A couple of those have just rolled out for her.
As 𝗍𝗍𝗱 Smith answers on the other end, 6 points.
Beautiful pull-up jumper by 𝗍𝗍𝗱.
𝗍𝗍𝗱 Smith, a freshman from Brunswick, Georgia. 34-21 lead for the Lady Bulldogs. Fresh off a 22-win season. Perry Page, and that's an offensive foul on Page.
Great help side defense. The defensive rules have changed just a little bit this year regarding the arc.
Timeout on the floor, 3:38 to play in this second quarter. 34-21 lead for Georgia. We will step aside and come back in just a moment on Flow Hoops. We also invite you to visit our concession stand in the back corner of the A 34-21 lead for Georgia as we welcome you back inside the Baha Mar Convention Center. Baha Mar Hoops all week long. 22 teams, 26 games, 11 days, 3 different tournaments. It is the largest college basketball event during the holiday season. We are in tournament number 2. It's the Pink Flamingo Championship alongside Beth Dunkenberger. I'm Sam Hyman. Thanks for being with us all week long.
We're in basketball heaven in the Bahamas. If you love basketball, this is the place to be. Basketball on the beach. We can't ask for much more.
Absolutely. All these teams, there's no bus to get to the gym, to get to the arena. It's your hotel room and a nice walk all the way down to the ballroom here, which you have to go outside, get down an escalator, walk through the casino.
Short walk by the palm trees.
Yes, it's beautiful.
Nice to see the kids having some fun on the beach or by the pool in their off time.
Yeah, really good team bonding opportunity as 𝗀𝗲 pickpockets Abby Shu. But Columbia gets it back.
Great hustle by Kitty Henderson. Extra effort.
Kitty Henderson lifts and sticks the 3. Kitty Henderson, finally her first field goal of the game.
It's nice to see. She's responsible for creating the turnover and then ends up with the trail 3.
Averages 14.5 points per game through Columbia's first 4 contests. She had missed her first 3 shots. And a 3-second call on Georgia.
Destiny Thomas gets caught in the lane. Not really posting up, but with the height advantage, you got to make sure you keep that lane clear. Keep it even on both ends.
34-24 lead for Georgia, but Columbia trying to creep closer.
Beautiful drive, draw, and dish pass by Kitty Henderson.
Paige Lauder couldn't finish, unfortunately, for
just short.
And the possession arrow favors Georgia with 2:22 to play in the second quarter. What's most impressed you about this Georgia team in this first half?
I'll tell you, I've talked about the rebounding, but they're really getting out in transition. And when you get easy buckets, whether they're layups, pull-ups, or threes in transition, that's when you can really put some points on the board. 34 points in the first half, that's a nice, solid number.
The Georgia team averaging 71 points per game through their first 4 contests. 𝗀𝗲 and Damari Flournoy, each with 8 points to lead the Lady Bulldogs. Flournoy calls for it, rises up, and buries a 3. Damari Flournoy can't miss in paradise.
Columbia with the changeup in defense, but they've got to make sure they find the kids that have the hot hand.
Flournoy with 11 points to lead all scorers, and here she goes, charging ahead. As we approach 90 seconds to play in the second quarter, Georgia leads by 13.
Chapman and Flournoy have been the 2 big guns so far for the Georgia team, spotting up.
Here's Paige Lauder.
Good look at it, doesn't fall.
Lauder coming into this game 0 of 10 from 3. She's 1 of 3 from 3 today. Here's Stephanie Ingram in and out on the 3. Abby Shu dashes down the left alley, and Shu is fouled with 54.6 seconds left in the second quarter.
Nice little hesitation, attack the rim move by Shu.
Couple of substitutions for Columbia. Riley Weiss checks back in, a freshman sharpshooter, and Bliss Henderson also returns. Asia Avenger of Georgia back into the game, the junior guard, in her first season in Athens.
See the Georgia defense making Columbia work for every single bucket. Georgia's a team that can really hold you in the 50s, make you struggle to score. They score at this pace. They're tough. Pause here to wipe up a little sweat from that last action. See the Columbia team scheming as Shu shoots their first free throw, getting defense set up and assigned. Now they'll come in for the offensive rebound positioning.
Well, Georgia is closing in on their most points in a half this season. They scored 39 points in their last first half against Mercer. 37 right now.
November basketball is about learning who can score, where they can score from. You see teams start to pick up some momentum after they get a few games under their belt. You see that with the Georgia team. Again, Columbia 6 in the 3-2 zone.
Tanaya Thompson with the rock. Asia Avenger. Lauder snatches the rebound for Columbia and whips it ahead to Nicole Stevens. 3-second differential shot and game clock. Georgia's led by as many as 13 points. Columbia has never led in this game.
Columbia will hold it for the last shot.
Riley Weiss distributes. Fliss Henderson. Now Riley Weiss splashes home a three as the shot clock winds down.
Beautiful pass from Fliss Henderson to turn down an open three for a more wide open three. Great teamwork.
6 points for Riley Weiss. And we've reached halftime here inside the Baja Mar Convention Center. What an ending there. Columbia needed it. They have not led this entire game. It's been all Georgia. But we've got 20 more minutes rather, of hoops on the other side. Halftime comes your way after this on Flow Hoops. we are getting set to start the second half. 37-29 lead for Georgia in game 1 of 5 today. As we welcome you back courtside alongside Beth Duncan-Berger. My name is Sam Hyman. Thanks for being with us in Paradise. Beth, what was your overall takeaway from the first half? What do we see out there?
We saw a lot of offensive production from the Georgia team. They are shooting at an incredible over 60% rate. Normally shooting in the low 40s. The big key, I think, is going to be, can they continue to shoot at that pace?
Yeah, Georgia, a team that only averages 3 threes per game through their first 4. And, yeah, they've made 5 of 10 from beyond the arc. So for Columbia, what do you need to see from the Lions here in the second half to get back in this game?
I think they've got to continue to spread the floor and knock down shots, get a lot of production from different people, not put it all on Shu. I think that defensively, they've also got to keep Georgia off the boards. Georgia's got 10 second chance points, and that's the difference in the game right now.
Yeah, Columbia doesn't have a second chance point. Georgia is just dominating in that area.
You take those points away, and you've got a 2-point Columbia lead. So we'll see. They've really tightened up on that as the game's gone on. So we'll see going forward. Can Georgia continue to shoot the ball well from the outside?
Georgia, a team that, again, we talked about it earlier, coming off an NCAA tournament appearance, 10 seed in the Big Dance, 22 wins, their most wins in a season in 5 years. And they lost Diamond Battles, they lost Brittany Smith, but they have a lot of veterans on this team, including Javin Nicholson, a 5th year, Jordan Cole, a 5th year. And then you've got reserves off the bench like Tania Thompson and Chloe Chapman, who provide so much depth for this team.
And they use that depth. Usually you'll see them pick up their defense and extend it at least to the half court, maybe a 3-quarter type press. I think Columbus' ability to shoot the ball has backed them up a little bit more. It'll be interesting to see if they stretch their defense a little bit more here in the second half.
Size for Georgia present here on the floor as we get set to start this third quarter with Destiny Thomas at 6'2", and Javin Nicholson also at 6'2", patrolling the paint. Here's Riley Weiss. And Columbia's going to need to have some of those shots fall.
It's a quick 3. You don't get an offensive rebound on quick 3s usually. But again, when you got a great shooter spotted up and open, let him fly.
Riley Weiss hit 2 threes in the first half. Zoisha Smith, teardrop. Javin Nicholson secures the offensive rebound but throws it away. Riley Weiss, the freshman, maneuvers and distributes to Abby Shu, who is a 2-time first-team All-Ivy League selection, leads the Ivy League in scoring through Columbia's first 4 games. And we'll stay with Columbia.
Give the Georgia defense credit. They know where Shu is at all times.
Abby Shu had 10 points, 3 rebounds in the first half. She averages 21 points per game coming in. Kitty Henderson throws a bullet pass that's bobbled and caught by Shu. Riley Weiss again. Out of bounds to Georgia. So it's clear that early on, Beth, we're seeing Columbia trying to send a message to be fearless from 3-point land.
That's their game, and again, spotting up early.
But not knocking them down as the third quarter has started.
You see Columbia coming out in this 3-2 zone to start the second half. Had success with that late in the first half.
Asia Avenger distributes to Mari Flournoy with 8 points in the first half. Avenger steps in. Riley Weiss gallops into the front court. Zips a pass to Kitty Henderson in transition, and she puts it in.
Nice transition offense. They elect to spot up and guard Shu and end up giving up the layup. Again, 3 for 2, probably a good decision.
Destiny Thomas responds. The 5th year from the ATL, Atlanta, Georgia, with 4 points. Columbia ball, quick sub. Chloe Chapman, the 5th year, returns after a stellar first half. She is 4 points away from a new career high. Been primarily a role player in her career, and also actually started her college career as a 2-sport athlete. She was a soccer player at Georgia as well.
Great feat by soccer players. You see Chapman come in at the 2 minutes off the clock, did the same thing in the first half, and played all 18 minutes after that.
Riley Weiss knocks down an elbow jumper. Weiss with 9 points off the bench. She averages just under 7 per game in her first season with Columbia.
Nice pull-up jumper, seeing a little versatility to Weiss's game.
Nicholson clogged on the baseline and steps out of bounds.
You see Georgia trying to pound that ball inside, and you see Columbia responding by immediately sending a double team.
Was that something we didn't see enough of, you think, from Columbia in the first half?
I think that they managed to keep it out of the paint, though. Georgia was so hot from the outside, we did not see the ball go in as it typically does.
Riley Weiss touches the ball right now with plenty of time, 13 on the shot clock. Weiss with 9 points, goes up and draws contact. 11 points, pardon me, for Riley Weiss, and she'll have an opportunity to increase that.
Weiss fearless attacking the rim against much bigger players. Hats off. Ends up on the foul line. Weiss appears to be getting comfortable in her Columbia career now, a few games in, going back to her ways of putting the ball in the basket. She's a great shooter, but you don't score thousands and thousands of points by just scoring one way.
Right. Yeah, we talked about her illustrious career out of Hewlett, New York. And at GW Hewlett High School, averaged 40 points per game a couple of seasons in high school. She dropped 14 points in her college debut at Stony Brook to open the season. Columbia lost that game 85-73. There's a baseline jumper for 𝗀𝗍𝗃 Smith, the freshman from Brunswick, Georgia.
𝗀𝗍𝗃 with a nice 15-footer.
Yeah, she's up to 8 points, Beth. 4 of 6 from the floor. Georgia's shooting a sizzling 59% from the floor. They came into this game through 4 contests, 41% from the floor. Columbia turns it over for the 9th time.
You see Georgia matching up a little bit more on defense there, getting out, extending the passing lanes, forcing that out-of-bounds pass there. Nice pressure by Georgia.
6:32 here in the third quarter from Nassau. Pink Flamingo Championship, 10 teams here in Paradise. And this is the first of 5 games today. Columbia, tenacious on the defensive end. Abby Shu, that's a 2-pointer. Rebound for 𝗀𝗍𝗃 Smith. Georgia's just dominated the glass. Out-rebounding Columbia 23-9.
Nicholson shoots over a triple team. Georgia comes up with the O-board.
Asia Avenger resets the San Diego State transfer. Has started all 5 games for Georgia this season. Laser pass to 𝗀𝗍𝗃. Pure nylon for 𝗀𝗍𝗃. She's got 11 points.
The Columbia coach who scouted this game said she had 1 3 going into today, and today she can't miss. Always a frustration for the coach that said, give her the look.
Perfection in Paradise. She's 3 for 3 from downtown and has matched her career high. The 5th year. Who's been a role player throughout the course of her Georgia career. Riley Weiss triggers short. A foul on the floor. And it's on Georgia. It's on number 35, Javen Nicholson. That is her first.
Collins comes back in for the Columbia team.
Cecilia Collins started all 5 games for Columbia. Averages 11.5 points per game, but she has not scored in this game. Passes to Shu. And lost on the baseline. Columbia turns it over.
Collins is a rare transfer in from the Patriot League. Played her first 2 years at Bucknell. Won all kinds of honors in that conference.
Yeah, 2-time second-team All-Patriot League selection, to your point, at Bucknell. This is her first year with Columbia as she face guards Nicholson there, and a foul on the floor. That's on Columbia and Paige Lauder, the senior.
We know Nicholson's worked on that outside shot in the offseason. Faces up, takes that free throw jumper with confidence. It'll be a nice for the Georgia team if she can knock that down this year.
All right, we will step aside. 4:54 to play, third quarter, 10-point lead for Georgia, trying to improve to 4-1 on the young season. We'll be back in a moment on Flow Hoops. All right, welcome back to the 𝗿𝗲𝗱𝘆 Convention Center in Nassau. 𝗿𝗲𝗱𝘆 Hoops all week long here in Paradise. Back with Beth Duncanberger, I'm Sam Hyman. There's Chloe Chapman, number 1, about to inbound the ball, having a sensational game. She's matched her career high with 11 points, 4 of 4 from the floor for the 5th year from Mitchellville, Maryland. Georgia has a 10-point lead. Flournoy, nice pass, but an offensive foul right around that arc inside the paint.
We teach our players to jump stop and not make floating passes for that very reason, as she ends up drawing a charge. Yeah, let's talk about Chloe Chapman. She has worked and worked coming off that bench, and really to see a player with that experience continue to fight, continue to get better. It's nice to see them rewarded with a great game like she's having today.
A really fascinating journey, too, for Chloe Chapman. I mentioned it briefly as Cecilia Collins drives baseline. Here's Kitty Henderson. Chloe Chapman played on the Georgia soccer team as a freshman, and not only did she play, as Nicholson has that strip, she led the team in goals.
Wow.
For the 2019 Georgia soccer team.
To be able to compete at this level, the SEC level of both sports, it shows you what a great athlete she is. Let's talk about the Abby Shue block shot / steal there in transition defense. Nice extra effort.
Abby Shue with 10 points, but impacting the game in other ways. Cecilia Collins snatches the rock. Kitty Henderson right down the middle. And she knocks it in to give Columbia 36 on the board.
Columbia coming back with some transition offense. You see Columbia back in that 3-2 zone.
Chapman. Javen Nicholson. Georgia getting a little sloppy here. Riley Weiss, Columbia coming back, down by just 5 as Riley Weiss, the freshman, has 12 points to lead all scorers. Timeout, Georgia. The Lady Bulldogs haven't scored in 2.5 minutes.
Back-to-back transition buckets on each of those trips for the Columbia. We know the transition defense is going to be discussed. And just like Chapman has a hot hand for Georgia, Columbia has to find her. Right now, we see Rachel Ice with the hot hand for Columbia, and you can bet that the Georgia team's getting an ear for it. Don't let her spot up. Not early, not late. Find her.
Yeah, correction, Riley Weiss now up to 15 points, so she has surpassed her career high. It's not hasn't been much of a career yet. She's only 5 games into her Columbia career. She dropped 14 points to open the season at Stony Brook, and she has 15 points here in the Bahamas. Just a sensational shooter, 4 of 8 from 3. Was she just making everything in practice yesterday?
You got the feeling that when you see those numbers out of high school, you tend to zero in on them. And yes, she did make plenty of shots yesterday, but don't be fooled by the baby face. She's got a grown-up game and a grown-up shot. Freshman, yes, but I think you're going to hear that name quite a bit in the next 4 years.
Yeah, she comes from a basketball family as well. Her father, Jeff, played basketball at Southern Connecticut State and LIU Post. And just is such a talented young player. Again, this Columbia team needing to find pieces after the Lions lost 3 key starters from a season ago. Hannah Pratt, Jada Patrick, and Caitlin Davis, who all transferred.
All 3 of those start at Division I at the Division I level. We've got a starter at USC. We've got a starter at Tulane. We've got a starter at Miami.
Yeah.
Jada Patrick's actually, I think, a team captain at Miami in her first year there, so it shows the leadership she brings to the table.
Yeah, it's a Columbia team that won a school record 28 games last year, made it all the way to the WNIT championship game. But again, a lot of people, including everybody around the Columbia program, feeling like they deserved a shot in the NCAA tournament a season ago. These are the type of games that can pay dividends down the stretch for an at-large selection.
And let's make sure everyone knows those kids did not choose to leave Columbia because they wanted a new experience. They were unable to come back and play as graduate students.
Right.
They had earned their degree. Their only opportunity to continue to play was to go to another school.
Yeah, sometimes that's just the only way, and that's the case with those 3 players. As Kitty Henderson dashing down the baseline and stays off the deep end. Wow.
Finger rolls at the rim. Beautiful shot by Henderson.
It's a 3-point game. Columbia is on a 7-0 run.
This zone has slowed down the Georgia offense.
Tania Thompson, and Georgia hasn't scored in over 3 minutes. Columbia has never led in this game. Kitty Henderson, money! We're tied at 44 here in Paradise.
Back-to-back buckets from the Aussie.
12 points for Kitty Henderson, the junior from Australia. Chapman. Ball pops around. And it's out of bounds to, I believe, Columbia. Wow, so the Lions, Beth, have a chance to take their first lead of this game with $1:50 to play in the third quarter.
Exciting basketball. We know this tournament has some high-powered teams, and you're seeing a great first game to start off the action.
Riley Weiss spots up from the corner. And a rebound, Asia Avenger, the junior guard.
She had Chloe Chapman flying at her on that one, so while it was a clean look, she still had that distraction.
Georgia dry the last 4 minutes. 0 points until now. Chavin Nicholson, the 5th year, finally ends the drought.
And that's the first look Nicholson's gotten one-on-one. She's seen the triple team most times when she's touched the ball.
Abby Hsu, another opportunity. Paige Lauder. 3 balls down the slide.
And their first lead of the game comes at the 1-minute mark.
Columbia up 47-46.
Columbia bench is fired up.
The Lions 9 threes in this game. Abby Hsu deflected by Destiny Thomas. Hsu, Paige Lauder, a 3-pointer. About a 7-8 second differential shot, game clock foul on Columbia. And that's on Javin Nicholson. Pardon me, I
believe it was a Columbia foul.
It was on Columbia.
I don't believe we're in the 1-on-1 yet. It's been a clean game, cleanly called. Not a lot of fouls. This game's moved.
Yeah, Columbia has only 2 team fouls, Beth, in this quarter.
Columbia sticking with their zone defense.
We have only seen 5 total fouls. So to your point, yeah, no bonus free throws yet. And there probably won't be because there's 23 seconds left in the quarter. 𝗀𝗍𝗍 swings it up top. Asia Avenger. Columbia on a 13-2 run over the last 3 minutes. Georgia's turned it over 6 times in the last 5 minutes. Smith, extra chance. And a shot clock violation with 6.5 to go in the third. Columbia ball.
Great catch by Troy Winters, our official here today. 3 shots at it, but none hit the rim, so we do have the violation. Let's see if Columbia can get a shot off with 6 seconds left. See, Georgia picks up the pressure full court.
𝗀 catches, 5 seconds. Abby 𝗀, double team. 𝗀, Kitty Henderson lifts and short.
Nice, intense defense by Georgia down the stretch. Of course, a tough off-balance 3.
And that will take us to the 4th quarter. Wow, what a game. Georgia's led by as many as 13. Columbia grabbed its first lead in the final 2 minutes of the 3rd quarter. Get ready for what will be a fun final frame of our first. This is just the first game. We still have 4 more games after this, so buckle up. 4th quarter straight ahead on Flow Hoops. All right, ready to start the 4th quarter here inside the Baja Mar Convention Center. Back with Beth Duncanberger. I'm Sam Hyman on Flow Hoops. Wow, we saw a frantic 3rd frame, Beth, where Columbia outscored Georgia 18-9. What did the Lions do so well in that 3rd?
I think the Lions changed their defense and matched up in this zone, and they really managed to slow Georgia down. Oftentimes you think that a zone will give up outside shots, but sometimes you can match up and find shooters. Great cut by 𝗀𝗍𝗍, drawing the and 1.
𝗀𝗍𝗍.
With zone defenses, you do find it's easy at times to get back behind the defense, and that's what 𝗀𝗍𝗍 did on that play. Backdoor cut, reverse layup. Now she's got a chance to make it an old-fashioned 3-point play.
The senior from Brunswick, Georgia, in her 4th season at Georgia, 59 games, her first 3 seasons, a veteran.
She's a player that's grown each season and has really flourished in this style of play. Coach Abe respects players that rebound and play great defense, and 𝗀𝗍𝗍 does that night in, night out.
Kitty Henderson. That's deflected. Nice job by Destiny Thomas, the fifth year. Thomas banks it in for Georgia.
Again, you see the player that does the work on defense is rewarded with the transition bucket.
Georgia's gotten some balance. 3 players with 11 points. The senior 𝗀𝗏𝗱𝘆, 𝗀𝗏𝗃𝐿𝐻apman, the fifth year, and 𝗿𝗏𝗡𝗀𝗧 Flournoy all with 11 points. Chapman secures the rebound and accelerates. 3-on-2. 𝗀𝗏𝗱𝘆 and the senior in transition, sparking the Lady Bulldogs to start the fourth quarter. She's got a game-high 13. Team high, 13 points for 𝗀𝗏𝗱𝘆. And yeah, timeout on the floor, so we will take one as well. 8:49 to play, and it's Georgia with a 53-47 lead over Columbia. Back in a moment on Flow Hoops. Welcome back inside the Baja Mar Convention Center in Nassau. 𝗀𝗏𝗱𝘆, the senior from Brunswick, Georgia, with a team-high 13 points for Georgia. She's 6 of 8 from the floor and has been a spark to start this fourth quarter, Beth.
All right, so we see Georgia, a team that traditionally plays a lot of matchup zone, has matched up in man. 𝗀𝗏𝗃𝐿𝐻apman with the big defensive assignment. She's got 𝗂𝗏𝗆𝗆 having a career game offensively and drawing the defensive assignment. 2 touches, foul. Refs are pretty consistent on that. They'll give you the hot stove 1 touch. If you touch it again, you're going to get burned.
I like that, the hot stove. Got to wear those mittens.
Touch it once, not twice.
Asia Avenger picked up her first foul just a moment ago.
You see Chapman locking down Chu. A great defensive possession by Georgia.
Destiny Thomas just took that and nearly ran with it. Possession arrow, though, stays with Columbia.
Chapman using those soccer feet to keep up with the Energizer bunny named 𝗂𝗏𝗆𝗆. It's a tough role. Her MVP could be whoever locks her down.
𝗂𝗏𝗆𝗆 with 10 points, but she hasn't scored in the second half. And there's a foul on Kitty Henderson.
Not necessarily a bad foul, because that would have been an easy layup in transition. It gives them a chance to stop and set their defense. Georgia's gone on a bit of a run here, got a 6-point lead. Columbia wants to slow this back down.
So 𝗂𝗏𝗆𝗆 hasn't scored in the second half. Why do you think she struggled? Is that on-ball defense?
I think that's called 𝗀𝗏𝗃𝐿𝐻apman.
Yeah.
She's literally face guarding her about a foot away at all times. Usually you'll talk about help side defense, but when you're guarding a player as good as 𝗂𝗏𝗆𝗆, you throw those rules out the window. You let everybody else play help side, and you focus on not letting her get touches.
Asia Avenger backs up. Here's 𝗀𝗏𝗱𝘆. Wow, what a game for 𝗀𝗏𝗱𝘆. A team-high 15 points.
And doing it her way. Nice 15-foot jumpers. Attacking the rim.
7 of 9 from the floor for 𝗀𝗍𝗃𝘆. Abby Hsu remains scoreless in this second half. Lauder gets the offensive rebound.
Hsu draws Lauder's defense, frees Lauder up to rebound.
A foul on Georgia. That goes against 𝗀𝗏𝗱𝗆𝗆.
So Georgia goes back to their out-of-bounds defense, which is his zone. Gives up a look, clean look.
Fliss Henderson unable to connect. 𝗀𝗏𝗆𝗆𝗆 bounces it a bit too far from Javon Nicholson.
And we see Riley Weiss come back in the game, looking for a little additional outside scoring punch.
Well, regardless whether 𝗀𝗍𝗃𝘆 starts or comes off the bench, I don't think it matters.
No.
She was back in the starting lineup today, had 18 points off the bench in the win against Mercer last game.
Nice block shot. Destiny Thomas showing her defensive skills.
Georgia has outscored Columbia 9-0 in the fourth quarter, after Columbia won the third quarter 18-9. Damari Flournoy stops on a dime.
Georgia's done it with their defense. Their defense has created their offense.
That's a blocking foul on Columbia.
I believe it's Lauder that stepped in, tried to draw the charge, just didn't get quite set. Needed another half a second to get there. Yeah, but hats off to Georgia's defense. Their man-to-man pressure has really gotten... it's done two things. It's forced Columbia to take bad shots and turn it over, but it's created offensive transition opportunities.
Georgia's defense coming in, holding opponents to below 63 points per game. This is... Columbia's sitting in the 40s right now as Nicholson hits the first free throw. Georgia has only attempted 5 free throws in the game. They've made all of them. And look at this, 10-point lead.
A game in the 40s and 50s definitely favors Georgia. They hold teams. Columbia was one of the top scoring teams in the nation last year and are on that pace again. So this is a credit to Georgia's D. Nice attack by Hsu. Nice second chance look, just can't get it to fall.
Abby Hsu remains scoreless in this second half. She scored 10 points in the first half. And the matchup, 𝗀𝗏𝗆𝗆𝗆 and Abby Hsu. It's been 𝗀𝗏𝗆𝗆𝗆𝗆 who's had the upper hand in this game. Chapman just stat sheet stuffing today as Javon Nicholson will head to the free throw line. 𝗀𝗏𝗆𝗆𝗆𝗆 has 11 points, 4 rebounds, 7 assists off the bench for the 5th year.
So you see Columbia match back up in man. Hsu sees the high-low advantage going into Nicholson, tries to get there for the double team just a little bit late. Nicholson ducking him for 40 minutes. It's a lot to guard. Continue to work.
Misses the first free throw. Columbia's got a couple of players in foul trouble. Kitty Henderson with 4 and Paige Lauder with 4. And Nicholson misses both, leaving the door open. Still plenty of time. Riley Weiss spins back. She's got a team-high 15 points for Columbia. Nicole Stevens whips it to Fliss Henderson, the freshman from Australia.
You see Georgia extending their defense, denying all passing lanes. It should open up for some penetrating lanes to the basket.
Offensive rebound, 𝗀𝗍𝗃𝘆, 17 points to lead all scorers.
Smith is putting on a show for us today, and you know she's doing it her way. 15-foot jumpers, transition, O boards. I love it when players know their roles and stick to what they do best. Just a workhorse today.
Georgia, 15 second chance points. Columbia only 3. As 𝗀𝗍𝗃𝘆 cashes in on a three-point play. The senior from Brunswick, Georgia.
Hold that follow-through up there, 𝗀𝗍𝗍. It's a pretty shot.
She had a single-digit scoring average her first 3 seasons, each of her first 3 seasons at Georgia. In year 4, she's averaging 12.5 points per game.
That's great. You see so many kids transfer when they don't find instant reward right away. And to see somebody like Smith stick it out, work, improve, and then reap the benefits, it's good for the game.
Chloe Chapman pauses, and Georgia not in a hurry. This has been an unbelievable start to the fourth quarter, Beth. Georgia has outscored Columbia 14-0.
You got to give Columbia credit. They made Georgia get out of their comfort zone, get away from their zone. Whoops, we get the shot. Looks like it might have been tipped. Stuck up in the rim. That'll be a jump ball.
Possession error to Georgia.
Let's see if 𝗀𝗍𝗍𝗍, yep,
there it
is.
Get it. The Bunnies. I think 𝗀𝗍𝗍𝗍 can dunk.
Sam, I was going to call you to go out there and grab that. I have no doubt that you could have knocked
You have faith in my...
I do. With the ladder, you'd have been great.
I do have springs in my shoes, so that's why I would have been able to get up there. 𝗀𝗍𝗍 doesn't need springs.
No. But again, you look at Coach Abe and kept every single player on the roster. Nobody transferred last year. It's a sign of a happy team.
Katie Abrahamson-Henderson, Coach Abe, second year at Georgia, 22 wins in year 1, the most in 5 seasons in Athens. Damari Flournoy, Javin Nicholson with the offensive rebound. Just the physicality you're seeing there from Georgia as Columbia tries to score their first points of the quarter. And finally, it's Nicole Stevens, the senior from Pickerington, Ohio. That's her first bucket of the game and the first points for Columbia in the fourth.
Good poise, cuts it to 11. We're starting to look at numbers here. They've scored 49 in 3.5 quarters. They're going to have to score a bunch of points. Usually that means we're going to knock down threes to try to get back in this thing. It becomes a game of possessions and how many points can we get per possession. Unfortunately for Columbia, the three-point shot is something that they are very good at. So you'll see them start to spot up here a little bit more.
Columbia's made 9 threes, but 33%. And there's Javin Nicholson.
Nice. You know she's worked on that outside shot to see her step out, make that 12, 15-foot jumper. Good sign for Georgia.
12 points for Javin Nicholson to go along with 7 rebounds, 3 assists. Columbia has only 2 points in this fourth quarter if you're just joining us, as Kitty Henderson misses the 3 and Destiny Thomas secures the rebound. Columbia at one point had a 47-46 lead with 1:09 to play in the third quarter, and that has completely evaporated.
Just a two points here in the fourth quarter.
Javin Nicholson, that's just strength.
Strength in continuing to pound the ball in the paint. Georgia's got great depth, and their ability to wear you down throughout a 40-minute game. Down the stretch, teams get tired, and when you've been able to run players in and out, it's a credit for your bench when you see these scoring spurts happen in the fourth quarter. 15-point game here.
3:26 to play. We'll keep it here on Flow Hoops. A reminder coming up next at approximately 1:30. We lose track of time. When there's 5 games in one day, we lose track of time. But approximately at 1:30 p.m. Eastern, we will have our second game of the day. East Carolina takes on Ohio State, a top 25 team. The Buckeyes against East Carolina. And that's followed by Florida and Purdue at 4 p.m. And then our night session features Oklahoma State against Penn State and USC, another top 25 team. And top recruit Juju Watkins takes on Seton Hall. All these teams are great. 9 of the 10 teams made a postseason last year. 6 of them made to the NCAA tournament.
I think we've got a chance to have all 10 teams in postseason this year. This is a talented field. Who doesn't want to come to the Baja Mar? This resort is amazing.
Yeah, this resort's top-notch. Opened in 2017. The president of Baja Mar is Graham Davis. And BB Global has helped balloon this thing into something that will never pop.
No, this is the place to be in a very well-run tournament. Oh, another one rims in and out. Columbia just can't get a shot to fall here in the fourth quarter. You know it's frustrating for the Columbia staff. This has not been a 15, 16-point game. This has been a tight game for 3.5 quarters.
Yeah, don't let the score right now fool you. This second half has just been topsy-turvy. Columbia outscored Georgia 18-9 in the third, but Georgia's outscored Columbia in the fourth 19-2. As that's tapped out of bounds and will go to Columbia.
Nice offensive move by Nicholson. Shot didn't fall, but to see a big girl handle the ball, little fake spin, attack the rim, some ball skills.
Cecilia Collins inside. That's all ball from Chavin Nicholson. I mean, just kind of casually deflected that one.
Again, great defensive effort by this Georgia team.
Chavin Nicholson's stat line is quite impressive.
And you see Abe, ever the coach, you know she's instructed them to use some clock, no shot going up until under 10, and an offensive foul called. Nicholson double teamed, may have dipped her shoulder a little bit. You see Abe fighting to see two arms in the back. Nicholson's had some pressure on her the entire game.
And we'll have a little mop-up duty here.
Shoes had a very quiet second half, and again, we've got to credit Georgia defense.
Yeah.
With her inability to score here in this second half of the game, it's been the difference.
Paige Lauder fires away and cashes in, but it might be too little too late for Columbia.
You see Columbia pick up a little full court pressure here, trying to extend their defense. But again, Georgia's going to wisely use some clock here, limit possessions.
A whistle and a foul as Jordan Cole will head to the free throw line. She's only played 11 minutes today for Georgia.
I think you've seen, not to punish her, but you've had great production from Destiny Thomas on the defensive end, and then you see Nicholson having just another solid day. Sometimes when you don't get the minutes you want, it's not something a player's done, it's what other players have done well. So you just cheer them on and wait for your turn.
Jordan Cole, fifth year from Alpharetta, Georgia.
Cole, great leader for this team.
Yeah, and she really owns up to working on the things she knows she needs to work on. At Media Day, she said her off-season focus was free throws. She quietly stated that her free throw percentage was terrible, and she wanted to take it upon herself to improve it this year.
That's good. Recognize your weaknesses, but again, you see one and done on the Columbia end, and Chapman trying to hold the ball. She'll go to the free throw line.
.141 to play in this fourth quarter. Stick around for a couple of post-game interviews.
Chapman hadn't been to the free throw line much this year. I believe only one attempt.
Yeah, she's 1 of 1, now 2 of 2 from the free throw line.
I'm not going to jinx her. You may have done it, Sam.
That's my job, unfortunately. Well,
she wasn't listening. We're good.
She wasn't listening.
In the year, 100%.
I lowered my voice. 69-52 lead. Chloe Chapman with a new career high, 13 points, 6 rebounds, 7 assists.
And as impressive as her offense has been, it's been her defense on Abby Shue that has really been the difference maker down the stretch for this Georgia team. Doesn't always show up in the stat sheet, but coaches recognize who is the MVP, and that could be somebody that doesn't score a point.
Columbia will have another crack at an SEC opponent on Wednesday. These teams don't play tomorrow. It'll be Columbia against Florida. And Destiny Thomas thought that was a block. It's going to be called a foul.
Larder with a nice offensive board. You see Georgia switch back to their matchup zone. Weiss able to get a shot off. You see Coach Griffith substituting offense and defense. We'll try to get three-point shooters in there when they've got the ball on offense. And some defenders in there, maybe people without foul trouble to step up and help out, slowing that ball down. Columbia wants to stop the clock as much as possible.
A rebound for Destiny Thomas. Nice crossover there from Asia Avenger, being able to navigate the press pretty easily. And there's a foul.
It's a smart foul. You're swiping at the ball, trying to get a piece of it and force a turnover. If that doesn't work out, you put somebody on the line.
Again, not a whole lot of fouling in the first three quarters. Nobody was in the bonus in the third quarter. There were only 6 total fouls in the third quarter. Both teams are in the bonus here in the fourth.
Not sure what happened to Destiny Thomas, but you usually don't want to come out if you got free throws coming your way. You see Javin Nicholson coming in to shoot the free throws for her. Nicholson's struggling from that free throw area. Tomorrow's another day. She needs to step back up there with confidence. Hopefully she can knock this one down, and there we go.
Yep. Pure release there from Javin Nicholson. 16 points. But it's Zoisha Smith with a game-high 18 points as Riley Weiss knocks down a 3.
Cuts it to 14.
Weiss having herself a day. 18 points, a new career high for the freshman.
Again, this Columbia team is going to win a lot of games this year.
Oh, yeah.
The Ivy League is strong. Some great teams in the Ivy League. You've got Harvard that's winning a lot of games. Princeton, always at the top of the league.
Yeah, it should be a lot of fun. Columbia they were co-Ivy League regular season champs last year and won 28 games, school record 28 victories, and made it to the WNIT championship game, lost to Kansas 66-59 as Nicholson hits the second free throw.
I'll tell you, both these coaches have done a heck of a job with their programs.
Absolutely. What Megan Griffith...
If the athletic directors are listening, I think they're due for a raise. Keep them in place.
I mean,
Keep the success rolling.
Megan Griffith, team captain at Columbia class of 07, and what she's done when she arrived as a head coach here, her first 4 years, we talked about this at the top of the broadcast, her first 4 years, Columbia won 10 Ivy League games. Last year they won 12 in one season.
But make no mistake, it's about players and having players that can knock down shots, compete, and building your system. She's had some time to do that, and now Columbia is going to get that call back from the recruits. You've got the education to go with the basketball tradition. Georgia's trying to follow up with what their football team does, and it would not surprise me to see Coach Abe head into a Final Four before it's all said and done. Andy Landers battled Pat Summitt for years, always in that hunt to get to the Final Four.
Yeah, Georgia, they're knocking on the door. This is their third straight NCAA tournament appearance coming into this season. But they're looking to get past the second round for the first time since 2013. So it's been a while since Georgia's been a bit of a threat in the big dance. But to your point, they finished the regular season strong last year. They won 7 of their last 9 regular season games, and their only 2 losses came to top 5 teams, LSU and South Carolina.
She's got a great system. It'll be interesting to see, can she bring that national championship home for women's basketball at some point in her career? Would not surprise me.
She is closing in on 400 career wins as a head coach, Coach Abe.
She doesn't look old enough to have won 400 games, does she? Taking good care of herself.
Absolutely.
I know she was a player back in the day. She played some for Andy, and then for C. Vivian Stringer, the great C. Vivian Stringer out at Iowa. Teams were amazing.
2 coaching legends.
2 of the best. But she's got her own style, her own personality. Both these coaches, it works.
Chapman hits both free throws. She's 4 for 4 from the line. Timeout on the floor. 73-56 lead for Georgia. 42.3 seconds left. Columbia wants to talk things over. And, yeah, we mentioned for Columbia, they've got another crack at an SEC opponent on Wednesday in Florida. Georgia will take on Purdue on Wednesday. And it'll be interesting to see for Columbia, how can they respond after what was there were some pretty good moments for Columbia in this game, especially the third quarter. And then everything kind of went to the wayside in that fourth quarter.
I think Columbia's got to be pleased to see Riley Weiss start to play and shoot the ball with authority, to know that she is going to be a big part of this team. Adding another high-level scorer will only make them better down the stretch. So you got to take that positive from this game.
Yeah, it's very early in the season, but the magnitude of these games are so important to revisit, especially for a team like Columbia.
And again, Georgia with such defensive intensity, even now with this commanding lead, do not allow an inbound pass.
42.3 seconds left. Columbia trying to force a takeaway.
Great Pat Summit said offense sells tickets, defense wins games, and defense has been the name of the game down this fourth quarter here for the Georgia team.
Georgia back to the free throw line. Lady Bulldogs are 15 of 19 from the charity stripe. That's 79%. And way better than their season average, 64% as a team through 4 games for Georgia.
Sometimes it's just a matter of getting there and being able to get in that rhythm. The more you shoot, the easier it becomes. Sam with the jinx as Georgia goes 0-2 from the line. You see Columbia calling the timeout to advance the ball. Never giving up.
Yeah, and this is, regardless of the outcome for Megan Griffiths here, these are teaching moments, right? You want to teach your team here down the stretch. Advance the ball. Let's try and figure out what we want to run.
I'll tell you, to see a team that lost such prolific scores from last year's conference championship team, Davis starting at USC, Patrick starting at Miami, Pratt starting at Tulane, they've stepped right back up, and they were in this game for over 3 quarters. They took Duke down to the wire, and we saw Duke go out to California and almost knock off Stanford, lost in overtime. They're not afraid to play people. They've got some confidence. It's a loss, but you can learn from this loss, and they'll be ready to go on Wednesday.
Absolutely. Another chance against an SEC team in Florida. They'll play Florida on Wednesday at 1:30 p.m. Eastern.
I like Georgia mixing up their defenses and utilizing their man-to-man, doing something that they don't always do, getting out in passing lanes. They've got the ability and the athleticism to lock people down defensively. Still their defense, but doing it in a different way today. That will give opponents more to work on in their scout as they prepare for this tough Georgia team. We're looking at a team that could very well, I would not be surprised to see them back in the big dance.
I'm looking to do more damage in the big dance and get past that second round. Haven't done it since 2013 as this is knocked out of bounds. And we'll stay with Columbia.
Shoe can't get that one to fall. Nice stop and pop. But again, you see Chloe Chapman in her pocket every step of the way.
Abby Shoe still scoreless in the second half. Shot clock turned off, and it's an over and back.
We'll see Georgia hold the ball here. Columbia should let the clock tick off, so 73-56 looks to be our final score.
A game that is much closer than what the score details. Columbia had a 47-46 lead late in the third quarter, but just an absolute tsunami in the fourth with Georgia outscoring Columbia 27-9.
make no mistake, Coach Abe did not take this team lightly. She was on fire in practice yesterday and gave them the respect they deserve. They're a prepared team.
7 seconds left. 𝗀𝗲𝗍𝗆𝗆-Henderson, second-year head coach at Georgia, but she's been coaching for 19 seasons as a head coach, and she picks up win number 398 in her illustrious career. Georgia wins it 73-56 over Columbia. An impressive win for the Lady Bulldogs, who improved to 4-1 on the season. Columbia drops to 2-3, and we'll hear from Coach Abe, who's making her way over in just a moment.
I haven't lost a game in a while. No, on this end.
All right. We are now joined by head coach 𝗀𝗲𝗍𝗆𝗆-Henderson, a.k.a. Coach Abe.
I can't hear a thing.
Can you hear us? How about now?
Yep.
Got us?
Gotcha.
Technology, sometimes it's tricky.
Yeah.
Sorry. Coach, what was your overall takeaway, especially that second half? It was a tale of two quarters, but your team really turned it up in the fourth quarter and dominated. What changed?
Well, it was just, defensively, number one, holding Abby to 10 points that's big time. So that's Chloe. That's Chloe Chapman for sure. Playing man, not letting her get touches, so that was big. Number two, we started to get the ball to Javin a little bit more. Because as you can see, she could score. She could score in many different spots. And then obviously Zoisha did a great job getting some offensive rebounds, getting extra chance points, and, making some shots. So, those three really stepped up for us today.
Yeah, I noticed in the fourth quarter you got away from your typical zone and matched up in man, and it really caused fits for that Columbia team.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, we've pretty much played it 80% of the time.
Yeah.
Just because Abby is just a tremendous player. She's excellent. We knew that Chloe is so fast and strong that she could probably stick with her, and we were just switching everybody else and not Chloe. Usually you don't switch the post. We're like, don't switch with Chloe. So Chloe did a really good job on her.
Coach, thanks so much for your time. We'll see you on Wednesday.
All right, great. Thank you.
All right, again, that is the head coach of the Georgia Lady Bulldogs, Coach Abe, and now we will be joined by the player of the game, who's smiling right now, getting ready to sit down with us. It is Zoisha Smith joining us. 2 18-point performances. You had 18 points last game, 18 points today. What led you to so much success here in the Bahamas in your first game?
I mean, like they preached us, just locking in, staying focused on the mission, and, just playing ball.
Yeah.
It's fun when your team clicks defensively the way you did in the fourth quarter. You literally just shut them down. You did a nice job scoring the way you score. 15-footers, runouts, offensive boards. We'll see more of that this year?
Of course.
Tell us about Chloe Chapman and her tenacious defense with her ability to shut down Abby Shu. What is it like watching her defend, and why is she such a good defender?
It's just nice. Like, Chloe's nice, She got the speed, she just she's just a great defender. I kind of look up to her on defense,
Yeah.
Just because, when the coaches tell her something, she, lock in on that. And it was just nice having her, kind of shut her down, not let her go off.
Yeah, she didn't go off in the second half. Abby Shu didn't score, so your team is 4-1 through 5 games now. What do you feel like is the squad's biggest strength in your eyes thus far?
I mean, just, what we talk about, is adjusting. Different teams have different, ways of playing. Some teams are shooters, some teams are drivers. And I mean, just, adjusting to that. 1 minute we'll play a shooting team, next minute, so it's just adjusting. So I feel like we're doing a good job, with adjusting to who we're playing.
How is the team adjusting to the Bahamas?
Real nice. Real nice.
You having fun?
Yeah.
Awesome. Appreciate your time, Zoisha. Congrats on a win.
Thank you.
All right, that's 𝗀𝗏𝗱𝘆, player of the game, dropped 18 points. And we will say so long from Nassau for now. Beth, your final thoughts on this game?
We saw Georgia do what Georgia does, pound the ball inside, rebound the ball extremely well. If they can do that again on Wednesday, we'll see another great game.
We've got another game on tap in about 35 minutes. East Carolina going up against the Ohio State Buckeyes. Stick with us. Thanks for watching Game 1 of the Pink Flamingo Championship. Once again, your final, Georgia takes down Columbia 73-56. This has been a presentation of 𝗿𝗲𝗱𝘆 Hoops on Flow Hoops. 1, 2.
Can you hear me?
Yep, you hear me?
Yeah.
All right. Testing 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Test 1, 2, 3. When did he tell us to just go? Oh, all right. Oh, yeah. Ready? From the Baja Mar Convention Center in the Paradise, we welcome you in for Game 2 of our Pink Flamingo Championship quintuple header. Georgia, the winners over Columbia in game number 1. Glad you're with us for game number 2. Beth Duncanberger, Johnny Wincott, 2 NCAA tournament teams. We get a treat here. 6 out of the 10 in the tournament went to the NCAA tournament last year. Ohio State and East Carolina front and center.
And both of these teams also won their conference championship tournaments to get to the big dance last year. 2 exciting teams.
We'll spotlight East Carolina first. Their leading scorer is Danae McNeil. No relation to our head coach or associate head coach in Kim and Corey McNeil, but she's been awfully good since she came to ECU.
I feel certain she would claim her as a daughter. The defensive player of the year in the American, one of the top in the nation at steals, and also scoring 19 points a game.
AAC preseason player of the year poured in 18 points in their lone loss of the season last week against VCU. Headed over to the 13th ranked Buckeyes. Tough not to spotlight Cody McMahon, who was the Big Ten Freshman of the Year last year, the 10th in Buckeye history.
What a dynamic player, fun to watch, big key to their success.
Peering through the starting lineups, again, starting with ECU, a 2-1 mark. They've gone with the same starting 5 in each of their first 4 games this season. We just spotlighted today McNeil, but plenty of talent to surround her, especially with Mai Joyner, who broke many ECU freshman records last year.
Amaya Joyner, they might as well name the Rookie of the Week award the Amaya Joyner Award. She won it so many times. A real big scoring punch, rebounding punch in the paint for the Pirates.
Always key when you can keep your starting 5 together. Same holds true for the Buckeyes. It's been that 5 for the first 4 games this season. J.C. Shelton returns for a 5th year, says she has some unfinished business to attend to.
And J.C. Shelton was a big key to their advancement to the Elite 8. Came back towards the end of the season, recovered from an injury. A great scorer, great leader for this team.
Buckeyes under the guidance of Kevin McGuff. All he's really done in his 10-plus seasons is win. 7 20-win seasons, 6 of the 7, at least 24 wins.
Makes it look easy, and in a league like the Big Ten, it's not easy. Great players want to play for great coaches. Kevin McGuff is one of those.
Kevin McGuff, who replaced Jim Foster way back in December of 2013. Plenty of experience, spent 5 years under Muffet McGraw at Notre Dame. Buckeyes getting set to take on the Pirates. And just talking off air, one of 2 Pirates teams in this tournament. Seton Hall will kick things off later at 9 p.m. against the dangerous USC Trojans soon.
Particularly appropriate here as we are in the islands in the Bahamas. Pirates are everywhere. Watch out.
We'll get it. Mai Joyner against Taylor Theory, game number 2 of our 5-game Monday here in the Pink Flamingo Championship.
Not the tallest players on each team, but certainly some of the best leapers we'll see.
The 6-footer Theory wins the tip, and the Buckeyes in red and white moving from left to right in this opening quarter. Their lone loss this season came in the first game of the year in Vegas against those USC Trojans. Good start down low for Rebecca 𝗀𝗍𝗄𝗃𝗍, the grad student from Slovakia.
Beautiful double drop move by the post player, setting the tone in the paint early.
ECU.
Both of these teams force a lot of turnovers. You see the pressure defense from the start.
McNeil off the mark, offensive rebound, right back to their leading scorer. First post touches from Mai Joyner. Gets glass and nothing else. The rebound's cleared by Taylor.
𝗀𝗍𝗄𝗃𝗍's height bothering Joyner on that shot.
Buckeyes fresh off an 88-66 victory against Boston College. That after putting up 108 points against IUPUI. 𝗀𝗍𝗄𝗃𝗍 tries to light the lamp from distance. Out of bounds, last touch by the Buckeyes. Well, we know East Carolina's bread and butter is defense, turnovers. They lead the country in turnover margin at a plus 18. They'd be able to get the offense going against a talented Ohio State team.
As well, Ohio State is a team that forces 23 turnovers a game. We'll see pressure, extended full court pressure by both teams.
Johnson lost it. Picked up by the Buckeyes. Here is Taylor Theory, fresh off that breakout sophomore campaign.
Talent up and down the roster for OSU. McMahon has the garbage cleaned up down low. There is Theory, the team's leading rebounder through 3+ games. Johnny on the spot there, 4-0 Ohio State.
Nice offensive tip in by Theory.
Both of these teams relying on some critical transfers as ECU get to the cross midcourt. The Panthers, for the Pirates, we already noted today McNeil, who started her collegiate career at Clemson. 2 years there down in South Carolina. Shot clock down to 10, it's with Joyner. Looking down low for Weish. Still 3 seconds, Dennis. Got to get it up, she does. And the Buckeyes clear the board again. Sheldon running the floor. First 6 belong to Ohio State.
Nice run-out layup by Shelton, getting ahead of the defense. Easy bucket. And you see Ohio State with the full court pressure.
Neutralized again by East Carolina. One of their 3 captains, their point guard, Micah Dennis, give it away. Another home run feed. Sheldon ahead of the pack. An 8-0 Buckeye blitz, just 2.5 minutes deep. Timeout, Kid McNeil.
Quick timeout by the coach. Settle their team down. Defensive transition is going to be key in this game for East Carolina.
Oh, we told you, a Pirates team that likes to cause chaos. Not easy against an Ohio State Buckeyes team that's scoring 90 points per game, top 15 in the country.
And right now, it's the Ohio State defense that's making all the difference. East Carolina's yet to get up a good, clean, nice, easy look at the basket. Force some turnovers, force some quick shots, run out layups on the other end.
While still adhering to strict FCC regulations, if you're Kid McNeil, what do you say in this huddle?
Well, I think the one thing is you've got to get back. Shelton obviously is releasing as soon as they get the ball. Her job is to get up and try to stretch that court a little bit. Got to take better shots, got to get back. They've managed to handle the full court pressure, but they've got to get back in defensive transition.
Sheldon really picking up where she left off in that game against Boston College. 16 points in a third quarter three-pointer. That gave her 1,500 career points in her Ohio State career. One of 17 Buckeyes in their history. Listen, Sheldon probably could have been a first-round draft pick in the WNBA. Knew she had some pretty talented teammates coming back. Want to go a little bit deeper in this year's NCAA tournament.
Come back for more. Let's see if they can make it to the Final Four, win another conference championship tournament, work on that regular season title. Should be a good year for this team.
Oh, having that player, Cody McMahon, that will help the cause for Kevin McGuff in his 11th season for Ohio State. We noted last year, first Elite 8 appearance in 30 years. Did it in style, snapping UConn's 16 tournament Elite 8 streak.
That win, incredible, and a close game against Virginia Tech for a chance to go to the Final Four. This team's got all the pieces. They've got the depth to get there. Big Key will be keeping people healthy.
Full court pressure here by the Buckeyes. Trying to give the Pirates what is typically a taste of their own medicine.
Man almost comes up with a steal and draws the foul. Want to make sure we don't get in foul trouble here, but McGuff's got a pretty deep bench. Chooses to leave her out there, keep her aggressive on defense. East Carolina looking long.
Well, ends up working out for today, McNeil. Trying to get into the half-court offense, looking for their first field goal. Nearly 3 minutes gone by. First 8 belong to Ohio State. Both teams picked to finish second in their respective 14-team conference. McNeil jitterbugging. 10 on the timer, back with Johnson. Picks up the screen from Joyner. Johnson gave it away in the interior. Already the third turnover on ECU. Hand to the passing lane for Dennis. Slows things down briefly for Ohio State. Still on that 8-0 blitz to start the contest.
Coach McNeil wants her Pirates to settle down, try to force some turnovers, get some easy buckets in transition, try to get back in this game.
𝗿𝗲𝗄𝗆 can't get it done from close quarters. Another opportunity here for ECU to tickle Twine for the first time. Scoreless stretch now at 3.5 minutes. Only scored 50 points in the loss against VCU. Did have a lead entering the fourth. Joyner puts the ball on the deck. Great backdoor feed. Dennis can't finish.
It's a great look at the basket. Can't get the layup to fall.
Ohio State takes over underneath the left tin. Kind of some three-quarter pressure here for the Pirates.
You see the Pirates extend their defense. Make Ohio State work across half court. Eat a little clock in the process.
Everyone gets a touch for the Buckeyes, and it's finished down low by Taylor Theory. Cleveland native who started all 36 last season. 10 consecutive for Ohio State, maybe more. Giveaway by Taylor.
Give away, give right back. And Sheldon picks up the foul, trying to come up with a steal.
The hand caught in the cookie jar there. J.C. Shelton. Second foul on Ohio State.
Gotta love the pressure that Ohio State is putting on early in this game. Great defense leads to great offense.
Buckeyes have already forced 4 ECU turnovers. McNeil to the bucket, swatted underneath the tin.
Weiss with a foul, 94 feet from the basket. We want the offensive boards, but we don't want the foul when we don't get it. Frustration foul.
Probably one of the better looks in the early going for ECU. Just dealing with some of the bigger bodies underneath the tin.
The looks look easy, but when you've got 6'4" players trying to swat the ball away, it will distract. Effective shot.
Buckeyes got through the pressure, but 𝗀𝗏𝗱𝘆 gave it up, only to get it right back. Celeste Taylor.
We said it would be a defensive matchup with the both teams force turnovers, and we see turnover. I'm sure both coaches want to slow this down and take better care of the ball.
This would be the opportunity to catch your breath. Might not have many for the rest of 3.5 quarters. Nearly halfway through quarter number 1.
A combined 7 turnovers in just almost 5 minutes of play.
Typically, this sloppy, chaotic type of basketball, that's the bread and butter for ECU. Doesn't help, though, when you can't score. They're on the court.
Just like that. McNeil frees up for an outside shot.
Fittingly, the team's leading scorer at nearly 20 per game. They say it starts on the defensive end for McNeil. 98 steals last year, top 10 of the country, often turning those steals into 2.
That's instinct. You see how she breaks on the ball there. She sees that pass coming, almost gets it.
𝗀𝗏𝗱𝘆. See if that foul's on the ground or in the act of shooting.
You think she'll be okay with me just calling her Rebecca?
That works. Rebecca, number 23. It was not the act of shooting.
Harris comes in. Ricky Harris, senior for the Ohio State Buckeyes. Led the team in assists last year. Great rebounding guard.
McMahon kicks out. It's Rebecca. Left it short. Only 1 3-point make on the season on 6 tries. So McNeil stopped the 3-0 blitz. Turning, spinning, can't hit. Harris applied the defense and the rebound.
That's 2 for Weiss. Almost 94 feet from the basket, and you'll see she'll have a sub come in for her, forced to sit for a while. Let's give Harris some credit for that defense. Up and under by McNeil, and could not get by. Forced a little fadeaway. I think Coach McNeil should get some credit for the defense on that. She had her hands up and everybody followed.
So it's off of McMahon's hand into the vicinity of McNeil, that being Kim, the coach, not Danae, the star player.
It's a good 1-2 punch, isn't it?
Then McNeil, the head coach, her husband Corey, the associate head coach, same setup in their 3 years at Hartford, where they had 3 winning seasons in the America East. Joyner, underneath.
The lefty with a nice, strong right hand.
Goes underneath the armpit of 𝗀𝗏𝗱𝘆. So first 10 go to the Buckeyes, last 5 to the Pirates. Offensive foul, it's on the Buckeyes. And a little momentum here for East Carolina. This is their style of basketball. Want to create turnovers, make you do things you're not used to, get a little uncomfortable.
Play fast, jump passes leaving your feet. Those can lead to charges. Nice crowd by
Areus
the
kept it in
Buckeyes.
bounds. 2-on-2 the other way. Count the bucket. It's a chance at 3 for Taylor Theory.
We see Joyner pick up a foul. One thing East Carolina does not want to do is have their post players get in foul trouble. They've got one on the bench with 2 now. Joyner needs to be smart, wall up, not draw that second foul here in the first quarter. On the flip side, Ohio State wants to keep going at him.
Theory has not missed a free throw this season.
We're not going to jinx her.
Wanted to complete that sentence as the ball went in, not before the shot. She is 14 of 14. It's best in the Big Ten Conference early on in this season.
Getting to the line frequently, that's good.
McNeil stripped at the elbow. And there goes Sheldon. Joyner couldn't catch her.
6 points in transition.
Sheldon playing in her 102nd career game with Ohio. 𝗀𝗃𝗱𝘆 will trigger for Ohio State to start half number 2. Team's leading scorer in the first half with 12 points. Reminder that earlier today, Georgia defeated Columbia in Game 1. Still 3 more games to come following this one. Into the corner, Sheldon picking up where she left off.
East Carolina likes to trap that baseline. Sheldon gets a shot off before the defense can rotate to her.
We noted her 102nd career game with Ohio State. She is top 22 in 10 different categories.
Very versatile player. Definite scoring threat.
Johnson, 5 on the timer. Pirates leading scorer, can't get it down with the left. Scoops up her own rebound. Joyner.
Oh,
Close quarters, no.
misses the gimme. Draws the foul on McMahon.
So 2 cracks from close quarters. There's 53 seconds into quarter number 3. First foul on Ohio State. ECU triggers underneath the right basket.
Statistically, the team's very close on the boards in the first half. Close on turnovers in the first half. Great pressure by Ohio State. Nothing easy.
7 first half points for Danae McNeil. Conference preseason player of the year. Can't get the offense sparked here. 3 opportunities on the first possession for ECU, 0 of 3. Taylor, elbow jumper, no. Theory hacked in the act on the rebound. Free throws coming up for Ohio State.
Theory's such an efficient player. Takes great shots, shooting the ball extremely well.
There's the first free throw miss of the season for Theory. Hit her first 16. 9-point game for Ohio State. 1 point for matching their largest lead of the contest. After that 10-0 blitz to start the game, Johnson from range just beyond the free throw line. East Carolina could use some points from outside the paint.
Nice 15-foot pull-up, poised, under control.
McMahon, right down the seam, also hacked in the act. So back-to-back possessions resulting in free throws for Ohio State. They're making 22 free throws per game. It ranks top 10 in the country.
Cody McMahon strong to the rim. A pretty decent look at it from about 12 feet and turn that down to get all the way to eventually to the foul line.
McMahon, who had team-high 24 points with 4 rebounds in the 88-66 win against Boston College. 1 out of 2.
Ohio State showing some press. An errant pass ends up looking more like a shot hits the rim. She had the right idea.
So a bucket here gives the Buckeyes their largest lead. And it's the rare unforced error today. Low pass for Sheldon. Scoop it off the hardwood. So it's 7:55 to go in this third quarter. It is another turnover on Ohio State. It's their 13th. But they'll grab it right back at 𝗀𝗃𝗱𝘆. The turnover fest continues. 𝗀𝗃𝗱𝘆 bridges the gap to an open McMahon. Can't get it down off the back iron. Battle for the board. Johnson wins the race. Numbers for the Pirates if they hurry. Joyner, the spin. And 1 too many steps for the talented sophomore.
A nice looking move. Maybe shoveled that pivot foot on the spin. Joyner showing her versatility and building a very good stat line today.
𝗀𝗃𝗱𝘆 will give it right back.
Very similar, a little hot before she starts her spin move. Refs with a quick eye.
Anything you can do, I can do better.
I think we'd like to avoid that one on the turnovers, right?
Full court pressure continues here for the Buckeyes.
And when a team faces this full court pressure for 40 minutes, it wears you down as the game goes on.
McNeil left it short. McMahon keeps it alive. And Sheldon sparks the outlet.
Nice save.
Taylor spinning.
Oh,
Can't finish.
great move by Taylor.
Another good take. Back and forth we go. Dennis can't bury for the free throw line. Another hard-fought board. And this one for Taylor Theory, the Big Ten all-defensive teamer.
I'm impressed with the physical conditioning of both these teams because full court pressing, running in transition, it's tough on them, and they don't look tired at all. In November, sometimes you'll see teams start to look winded in this third quarter. Right now, they look fresh.
Sheldon, kick out for 𝗿𝗃𝗍𝗆. Still can't get it from distance. Second opportunity, McMahon from mid-range.
Nice.
That's her office.
That's a nice pull-up. That's the shot she turned down earlier, and it's nice to see her shoot that little fadeaway 15-footer, knock it down.
Timeout taken by East Carolina. 6:29 remaining here in the third quarter. And Ohio State now does have their largest lead at 45-34.
As they start to pull away a little bit here in the third quarter, you see the timeout. East Carolina's going to try to hop back in this game, similar to how the game started, if you remember. Ohio State jumped out to that lead. East Carolina managed to chip away and get right back in it.
And we proud you're with us from the 𝗿𝗲 Convention Center, the second of a 5-game slate today in the Pink Flamingo Championship. Another 5-game slate on Wednesday. All started at 11 a.m. The tip between Columbia and Georgia. It will end with a 9 p.m. tip between Seton Hall and 10th-ranked USC. We told you it's a talented field. 6 of the 10 teams went to the NCAA tournament last year.
It's basketball, basketball, basketball all week long at the 𝗿𝗲. You just finished up the men's tournament, had some great games over the weekend, correct?
Mm-hmm. And we expect more ones at the end of it.
The men are at the front and at the end, but then we have the highlight, the women's games in the middle.
And like we mentioned, teams that don't often see each other, but teams that often find their way, if not to the NCAA tournament, then to the WNAT tournament. So, not a bracket style. 10 games over the 2 days, Monday and Wednesday. And then the men's get going with the mid-major tournament Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Like you mentioned, basketball, basketball, basketball. That'll be 4 games in each of the 3 days.
Football season is starting to wind down, and fans are getting in basketball mode, and Thanksgiving week is always a great time to really start that enthusiasm for our sport.
Nothing wrong with a little turkey in paradise.
Nothing at all. Ohio State with the full court pressure, face guarding, making it hard to get the ball in. You see the guard switching, denying.
That was Talia Weish on the inbound. DU swiftly through the pressure in 6 seconds. Dennis the floater. Got it with a foul. No, wave it off. It's an offensive foul. Scratch the 2. And it's an 11-point lead still for Ohio State. That really could have been a game changer here in the third. Still plenty of time, but from an 11-point game to potentially 8, a little momentum.
Thought we had an old-fashioned three-point play. Instead, we've got Ohio State ball, but credit the players that step in and take those charges.
Instead, we got the old-fashioned charge. Nothing old-fashioned about turnovers in this game. 2-on-2 the other way. Dennis, or rather Johnson, got only glass. Back the other way comes Theory. 3-on-2 for the Buckeyes. Great touch feed by Taylor.
Wow.
Theory, the beneficiary.
That's textbook give and go.
13-point cushion for Kevin McGuff's group. Reverse layup won't go. The struggles around the painted area continuing here in the first 4 minutes for ECU.
East Carolina has a couple just roll out.
First ranked opponent to the season for Kim McNeil's group. They will host number 1 South Carolina to end their non-conference season. 𝗿𝗃𝗍𝗆𝗆 is called for the travel for the second time in this third quarter.
I'll tell you, East Carolina's had a couple rim in and out, but no drop-off in intensity. And we see that give-and-go cut. Great passing. Nice finish by Ohio State, but no drop-off in intensity on the defensive end by either team. Tries to draw an offensive charge. Theory, and the ref just shakes it off. You weren't there.
That is your ACC Defensive Player of the Year from Duke.
She continues to shake her head at McGuff as he begs for the call.
Russ Taylor, who was recruited by Ohio State out of high school, said it wasn't quite the right fit at the time. And after 2 years at Texas, 2 years at Duke, does make her way to Columbus. Maybe making our way to the monitor for the first time. Referees have gathered at midcourt with 5:27 remaining in this third quarter.
Guess the film doesn't lie. I like that they have the opportunity to go with it. I like a quick look at the film, and let's get right back to the game because we got a great pace going. We don't want to slow this one down.
So, again, our three-person officiating crew, 𝗀𝗃𝗍𝗆, Brad Maxey, and 𝗿𝗏𝗃𝗃. For now, it is Carey and Thompson over at the monitor. Potential flop violation, maybe.
Flop violation, I did not see if there was contact to the face. Sometimes they'll have a different call if there's an elbow thrown to the face.
So for now, Ohio State will rest on their 13-point advantage, their largest of the game, and I guess both of these teams will kind of take a pseudo timeout.
A chance to catch their breath, regroup. We see the video monitor run forward and backwards as the officials check the play. You lose that third dimension. Sometimes you really have to trust your instincts as a ref. You know what you saw. You go back and look at it on film, it can look different, but you need that third dimension sometimes to really come up with a correct call.
Three-person crew with some of our other hardworking crew here for our 𝗿𝗏𝗆𝗆 hoops.
Such a well-run tournament. I had an opportunity a few years to participate as an assistant coach with the team, and it ran like clockwork. If you're a coach out there watching this game for scouting, bring your team down here. See if you can get on the list. You got to have a good team, obviously, because we've got a stellar lineup here. But it's a chance of a lifetime. The kids get a chance to see the beaches. An unbelievable water park outside, which I've not really seen up close, but you see these gigantic slides.
We do have no games tomorrow on the slate. The weather's supposed to be good forever here.
I think there's an age limit on those slides, and I think I've passed it up. But I'll trust that the kids are enjoying all that.
It's a reverse limit. You must be at least 18.
I'd be more than willing to guard a beach chair, though. Let's see.
So, at the moment, no changes. Seems the call will stick, and after all of that, East Carolina turns it over in the backcourt. And Ohio State takes over, still with a 13-point cushion.
And again, full court pressure for 40 minutes wears you down. McGuff knows that. He's got a nice deep team, continues to press.
Scoring drought for East Carolina now over 3 minutes. And an off-ball foul. It's going on East Carolina, and the McNeils are not happy.
I think they thought 𝘀𝗏𝗃𝗆𝗆 ran through a screen. The official disagreed, thought it was more of a hold. And before the 5-minute mark, you see Ohio State at the foul line shooting bonus free throws.
And they are a good free throw shooting team. Entered this tournament at 79% at the stripe. Top 5 in the country with 22 free throw makes per game. And boy, that is a friendly roll on the road.
Back of the rim, front of the rim, and in. That's called a shooter's touch. You see the spin on that ball.
So McMahon makes it 2 out of 2. Ricky Harris checks in for the Buckeyes. Redshirt senior. Provides some veteran defense and facilitation on the offensive end. 2 passes and through for the Pirates. It's an 11-2 start to the second half for the Ohio State Buckeyes, who started the season as the number 7 team in the country. Lost the opener against USC in Vegas, and now down to number 13. Dennis gets the motor running. Little push off, can't finish from close quarters again. Scoring drought continues, 3.5 minutes. Turnovers continue. 17th on Ohio State.
I think we're starting to sound like a broken record with the turnovers.
And finally, some free throws forthcoming for East Carolina. Good way to try and end that scoring drought. Get to the stripe. That'll be from their leading scorer today, McNeil.
She's been a little quiet this half, so it's nice to see her be aggressive there. An up and under move from the free throw line. Fans calling for a walk, but it really looked like just a giant step-through move. Carolina has not been to the foul line nearly as much today. Let's see if they can capitalize.
Well, that was the struggle for the Pirates. Their 55-50 loss at VCU earlier in the week. Told you had plenty of chances to win that game. Had a 3-point lead going into the fourth quarter, but they went just 7 of 17 from the stripe.
Tough night on the foul line.
It's when those free throws don't feel so free anymore.
Gotta think East Carolina might have been looking a little bit ahead to this game. Chance to play a top 20 team. Powerhouse like Ohio State.
Well, media timeout, 4:41 remaining in the third quarter. Ohio State 49, East Carolina 35. We'll wrap it up next from the 𝗿𝗲𝗱𝘆 Convention Center. We welcome you back to the 𝗿𝗲𝗱𝘆 Convention Center in the heart of paradise. 49-35 your score. 13th ranked Buckeyes over the Pirates. She's Beth Duncanberger. I'm Johnny Wincott. Game 2 of 5 on day 1 of the Pink Flamingo Championship. And Ohio State trying to improve to 3-1. It'd be a 3-game winning streak. Again, after losing their first game of the season. But another team that's here in the tournament, they'll play at 9 p.m. in the USC Trojans. Ohio State is through that patented ECU press. Fastball didn't get to the target. It was off the hands of Ebony Walker. Back the other way comes Dennis. Feed down low. Johnson, this time the rare right-handed finish.
Nice transition bucket.
Just what the doctor ordered for ECU. You had talked about before the break. Seemingly a little worn down from this Ohio State team. Harris, it's a response from the corner. Second three-pointer of the season for Ricky Harris. It's a big one.
That's a dagger for East Carolina. It forced a turnover, got a quick score. Want to avoid giving up open three-point shots.
Good finish by today, McNeil, who is finally into double figures. She was the only Pirate in double figures in that 55-50 loss against VCU.
For East Carolina to get back in this game, they need her to get hot.
This time Harris from the near corner with a foul. It's a chance at 4 for number 1.
Not an old-fashioned three-point play, but a new-fashioned four-point play opportunity.
And Harris now asking the officials if she can go 10 to her eye. Some contact lens issues there.
East Carolina hopes she has some contact issues. Right baseline 3, left baseline 3, back-to-back plays. They need to zero in and find her.
Well, just the second free throw miss of the season for Harris in 6 drives. Appeared in all 36 games last year, started half of them. Nice luxury for Kevin McGuff having her come off the bench. Ohio State with 55 points. They had at least 50 in each of the first halves of their last 2 games. Not nearly on that same scoring pace, but the defense has looked a little bit better than it had in previous games.
Yes. East Carolina's a team that's going to make you play a little ugly. If you can play ugly and come up with a win as a coach, you're happy. But playing against teams that play this type of pressure defense only make you better as the season goes on.
Three-pointer, high off the rim, recovered by Sheldon. Miss came from Johnson, who has not hit a three-pointer this season in 5 tries. Final 3 minutes, third quarter. Ohio State winning at 17-7. Sheldon secures the offensive rebound. Can't put it home. Joyner on the third effort gets it. Pirates run it again.
Just a little too much. Great effort by Joyner there to pull in the rebound and while on the floor make an outlet pass to start that break.
Look at the first three from Harris.
And the second. Definitely some contact on that one.
So really been a tale of 3 quarters so far. Ohio State a plus 10 in the first and a plus 10 in the third.
You see Sheldon running that baseline and East Carolina attention to that. Bring it up for Rebecca. When you got great shooters on the floor like Sheldon, like Harris, you find the inside game opens up. You'll get one-on-one opportunities when people are so worried about stretching out and guarding the line.
So Rebecca, whose last name is Mikulášíková, from Nitra, Slovakia, about 100 miles east of Bratislava. In her 5th year, 115th game with Ohio State. And she's nearing the 1,000-point marker. Started the tournament with 955. Now she's got 961.
She's got a good chance to get that before the holiday break.
All of a sudden, it's an 18-point cushion. And today, McNeil hacked en route to the bucket, 2:15 remaining in the third. The foul's starting to pour on here.
Slowly, Ohio State starting to pull away. East Carolina not able to score at the pace they were in the first half.
You noted it early in this third quarter. Some early foul trouble for East Carolina. By the way, that previous foul, not in the active shooting, so they'll take it out from underneath the right tin.
That's probably the right call. That was on the floor.
3 players with at least 3 fouls already for ECU. In Weish, Dennis, and Weish.
You see, Theory just pushed through that screen. Refused to be screened. Credit the strength coaches for these teams. The ability to get low and push through screens, that's in the weight room.
Low player wins. 5 on the timer. McNeil the kick out for a high arcing corner 3. No go. Garbage is put down. Just how they drew it up.
Was that an assist? Did we add an assist in the assist column? Because it looked like the perfect pass.
Second bucket for 𝗀𝗃𝗍𝗆, who was in the right place at the right time. Final 100 seconds, third quarter. Quick ball movement by Ohio State.
Patience versus the press.
Sheldon, great backdoor feed. Foul down low on Taylor Theory. No easy buckets, says 𝗀𝗃𝗍𝗆.
I love how Theory gets back behind the defense near the rim.
And some extracurriculars. Not pictured at the moment with the replay rolling, but these teams are getting into it on the left side of the court.
A little emotion. Controlled emotion is good. I know we had some punches thrown the other night in the men's game, but we all know that when punches are thrown, you sit out a game. Never the answer.
I'm not exactly sure what transpired to lead up to that.
You know, there's a little bit of talking that goes on in every single game. It's part of the game. Sometimes it goes a little bit too far.
So yet again, our 3-person officiating crew, they've been busy in this one.
They caught it quickly, separated the groups.
Transpired kind of right in front of the Ohio State bench as well, so some coaches there to provide some separation. Nothing new, though, when you get 2 talented teams together. Again, 2 NCAA tournament teams from last year. And, well, the monitor has just been turned on across the way. So our context clues are letting us know, yeah, they're probably going back there. There you go.
It looked like more talking, finger pointing. Quickly, teammates did the right thing and intervened, and let cooler heads prevailed and pulled people back. We did not come to blows.
And again, this is not a bracket-style tournament. Just 5 games each day. These teams are not going to see each other again. Almost good to see that bulldog chip on your shoulder type mentality, but you mentioned you don't want it to go over the line to a place where it shouldn't be or get violent.
No, don't cross that line. Nobody needs to lose a game. Careers are short. You have 4 years, about 30 games in a year, and you don't want to lose one sitting because you couldn't control your emotions.
So, yet again, Keisha Thompson, Brad Maxey, Nadi Carey, back over at the monitor during a 16-point game. Ohio State 57, East Carolina 41. She is Beth Duncanberger. I'm Johnny Wincott. 3 more games on tap today, 5 more on Wednesday. You were a part of the broadcast for the opening tip today between Columbia and Georgia. Another game somewhat similar to this one. I think that was closer for longer in that first game, but for 3 quarters, tight action between an Ivy League team and an SEC team.
The game went back and forth, and Columbia managed to start that 4th quarter with a 1-point lead. It was like Georgia had a pretty good timeout 4th quarter huddle, because they came out and played some defense with intensity that you really made a difference in the game. They just shut down Columbia.
Good adjustments before the 4th quarter by Katie Abrahamson-Henderson. Joined us over at the booth after the win. So they're still taking a long look at this one. 89 seconds remaining in this 3rd quarter.
I say let's play. I didn't see a swing. I didn't see a punch make contest. I saw a lot of talking. Everybody seems calm and joking around. Now let's go. Come on, refs.
Trying to get our peek ourselves underneath the left arm there.
I'd like to propose a rule that the refs get approximately 1 minute to look and make a decision. Then let's go on with it. Hot teams can cool off.
Well, it's been a hot 3rd quarter for Ohio State. We kind of talked about this earlier in the quarter. They won the 1st quarter by a +10. ECU wins the 2nd quarter. And OSU is winning the 3rd quarter by a +10.
Scored 19 so far in this quarter, in this 2nd half.
Now, East Carolina has limited a Buckeyes offense that scores over 90 points per game through a small 3-game sample size. But East Carolina, not enough on the offensive end so far to stick with the number 13 team in the country. No easy task.
None at all. The American Conference had a team in this tournament a couple of years ago in South Florida, and they managed a nice victory over a Stanford team that had won the national championship the year before. So we know the Americans got some upsets in their pocket. Ohio State doing a nice job right now of making sure that doesn't happen today. Another quarter plus to see where we go with this, but right now they're firmly in control.
Well, how good has Ohio State been of late? They've been above 500 in 20 of the last 23 seasons. Those 3 outlier seasons, 1 game under 500.
The Ohio State University, really just a storied program. I think McGuff's done a nice job of building a deep, strong team. I'd be curious to see where they would have ended up if Sheldon hadn't gotten hurt last year. But adding Taylor to this bunch, one of the best players in the ACC last year, it only makes them deeper. Cody McMahon with a year under her belt playing in one of the toughest leagues in the nation. They've got the pieces.
And with all the additions, you almost forget about the absence of Taylor Mikesell, one of their sharpshooters last year. So the Buckeyes still feel pretty comfortable with where they're at. 6 consecutive first-round victories in the NCAA tournament. And this review is a lengthy one.
Harris is not typically known as a sharpshooter, but with her baseline threes on either side, maybe she's the answer there. A little bit of outside shooting in the future from her.
Yeah, career highs in pretty much every major offensive category last year for Harris, the Indianapolis native. And we are still waiting on an ultimate ruling here. And the fact that they've been looking at it for this long, maybe leading us to believe that we're going to have a few significant calls coming down.
Jonathan, you want to double dog dare me to go over and see if I can get this thing going? Let's start it up.
I'm not going to hold you back. I do see Brad Maxey, though. He's right there. Doesn't have a headset on. Let's get
It might be the first time in the history of the game that one of the announcers is tossed for interference. You could go it alone, couldn't you? Let's play.
I think rather than coming over and letting us know, Brad Maxey wants in on the action.
Maybe he's trying to do what I'm trying to do and speed this up.
And I know it was ill-timed. We were rolling through some replays when some of the fighting started to play out. Did get pretty heated for a few seconds, though.
Look, here we go. They're meeting to discuss the meeting. Not a fan of meetings to start with, but the meeting about the meeting? Let's forgo. Let's go.
Just do it remote.
In all respect to the refs, they're trying to make sure they keep the game clean. They don't let players get away with poor sportsmanship, and the only way to do that is to punish it when it does happen.
Well, at this point, I almost wish we had a headset over there so we can get clued into this conversation. I'd have to think there's going to be some sort of call here. You don't have this much discussion and review of the replay if nothing's going to happen.
So now they call the two head coaches over so they can explain what happened and what the ramifications will be. But again, the 𝗿𝗲𝗱𝘆 does not miss a beat. They turn up the music, the crowd starts to dance. Let's turn it to a little bit of a fun time.
See if we can track down 𝗀𝗁𝗱𝘆. So that is Kim McNeil on the right, white polo, shaking her head almost as if to say no. Kevin McGuff, well, tough to tell any emotion, always stoic.
You know, coaches come to this tournament and want to show their best game, and it's frustrating if you know players may not be able to participate from here on out. So let's see. The officiating crew signaling that we're almost there, and they'll come let us know what's going on, hopefully.
Brad Maxey on the thumbs up, we gotcha.
Folks back home want to know what exactly is going on and where will we go from here. Meanwhile, as the Ty Parks is checked in, Ty was a player at Michigan State and is using her grad year to join Ohio State.
Yeah, not a bad decision. Also played AAU ball with J.C. Sheldon, so they reunite in the Buckeye State.
I'll tell you, the kids on all these teams are very familiar with one another from summer ball. And summer ball is where they get better. They compete on these national level circuits. So even kids from Ohio, Florida, California, you know who's who. You know which teams they played for, and it's fun to gather at these tournaments.
Number 20 of East Carolina has been assessed an intentional foul. He's also been assessed a technical foul, which means she will be ejected from the contest. East Carolina's number 23 also assessed a technical foul. Ohio State, number 12, technical foul, and number 1, technical foul.
All right, so it was worth the wait, I think. Lots of technical fouls, one ejection as well. Jade Tillman gets an intentional foul, a technical foul. She has been ejected from the contest. That's the only ejection. 3 other technical fouls, one on My Joyner for East Carolina, the other 2 on Celeste Taylor and Ricky Harris of Ohio State.
It's been a while since I've seen 4 technical fouls from one possession. J.C. Sheldon, cool, literally cool from the 10-minute delay, steps up and knocks down both free throws. She's still got the hot hand.
right, so Brad Maxey with about the best possible explanation you can get. And we are just about ready to return to action here. So 89 seconds remaining in the third quarter. And after all the waiting, 𝗀𝗏𝗱𝘆 has been ejected. 3 technical fouls. Let's play some basketball. After the free throw, Sheldon, the game's leading scorer, she has 17. Here she is, front court left. Bounces for Harris, already with a triple. Harris buries.
And Ohio State coming out hot. Harris having a epic day from the three-point line today.
A 24-9 run to start the second half. And again, that tale of 3 quarters continues here in Game 2 of 5 of this Pink Flamingo Championship. Pirates need some points. Looking to rely on Joyner. And she'll go back to the free throw line. It's getting physical here post-whistle. Joyner has to be careful. She was one of those East Carolina players just assessed with a technical. 21-point lead, the largest in the game for Ohio State. And Joyner looks to take a small bite out of it.
And the technical fouls are assessed to the personal foul column.
So worth noting that Theory and Taylor each have 4 fouls. And now 5 different Pirates each have 3 fouls. Joyner makes it a pair. Back to a 19-point deficit for ECU. And a 13-second difference between game and shot clock for the Buckeyes. Ebony Walker. Syracuse transfer. 1 too many steps. So there's turnover number 20. How often does a team have 20 turnovers through 3 quarters and a 20-point lead?
They're playing against one of the best at forcing them, but they're still shooting the ball well.
4 free throws coming up for the Pirates. Great feed by Joyner to find McNeil.
Parks with a solid foul. See McGuff going to his bench, resting some of his inside players.
Now the free throw woes continue for Kim McNeil's group. 3 of 7 in this game after the 7 for 17 performance against VCU. Well, they lost by 5, right? They hit a few of those 10 that you missed. Different ball game. Final 12 seconds. Nearly the 21st turnover. Sheldon controls with 5. Just in front of midcourt. It's got to be Sheldon. Kick out. 3-pointer.
Just short for Collins.
So 3 quarters in the books. And the best quarter of the game for Ohio State. They double up ECU 24-12. And we head to the fourth. 62-44. The 13th ranked Buckeyes flexing their muscles here in Paradise. fourth quarter here at 𝗿𝗲𝗱𝘆, East Carolina, Ohio State, playing the second of a 5-game busy slate on this Monday in the Pink Flamingo Championship. East Carolina trailing by 18 points, the opening possession here in the fourth quarter. Going alongside Beth Dunkenberger, I'm Johnny Wincott. That is 𝗲𝗲𝗍 Joyner, and she is met under the tin by 𝗿𝗀𝗱𝗆𝗀𝗆. 2 takes, both the same result. Home run feed to the freshman Collins, can't finish. The end-to-end action continues here into the fourth quarter.
Great pace. East Carolina needs to knock some shots down to get back into this thing, have a chance. With their full court pressure, you always have a chance.
Not a big three-point shooting team. Almost got 3 the old-fashioned way. Dennis will settle for just 2 free throws.
In and out for Dennis.
East Carolina just 2 of 9 from distance in this game. Hit about 6 3-pointers per game through the first 3 games. All small sample sizes at this point in the season.
So East Carolina, with the free throws, stops the clock and has a chance to set the pressure here. Dennis does just that. Knocks them both down, and we see the full court press.
Trying to spark the Pirates guard, who is just 2 of 9 from the field in this game. Buckeyes have had contributions from up and down the lineup, but none more than the ball handler, J.C. Sheldon, 17 points. Had to change hands midair, couldn't finish. Back the other way comes ECU after the first bucket to the fourth quarter. McNeil, floater left short. Rebound supplied by Weish. Bunny no, third effort. Won't go again.
It's 2 trips where they've had it roll around and roll out.
So 2 more free throws for East Carolina, 2 good possessions to open up the fourth quarter. Just barely missing out on back-to-back and 1 opportunities.
Weish with limited minutes today, trying to get into the scoring column. And she does.
Offensive rebound. Well, that would have been another chance at 3 if they had the putback. So ECU will settle for 3 points on their first 2 possessions. They trail by 15. Weish, by the way, 4 consecutive state championships at American Heritage.
She and her sister dominated the state of Florida for 4 years.
Sheldon, cross-court feed. Collins lets fly. Off the side of the rim, brought in by the aforementioned Weish. Tatiana. Dennis probing. They'll reset with Joyner straight on.
We need to see Danae McNeil get a little more involved offensively in this quarter. She's been quiet in the second half. I think she's only had 2 points. She's their big gun. She's the one they lean on, and she needs to step up here for them to have a good shot at coming back in this game.
Noted kind of the tale of 3 different quarters. Ohio State dominating 1 and 3.
You do have
winning 2.
You do have the former ACC Defensive Player of the Year with the assignment on McNeil, so it's no easy feat.
Dennis missed the layup, had her feet out of bounds when she recovered.
You see Johnson trying to lead the team, get them set up in their full court pressure.
Cody McMahon controlling our player spotlight before this game started, the Big Ten Freshman of the Year. We told her she had 11 points in the first 8 minutes against Boston College. She has 11 points in this game as 𝗿𝗀𝗱𝗆𝗀𝗆 finally delivers from distance. It's Rebecca.
I'll tell you, you do like post players that can step out and stretch the defense. Nice shooting touch.
Second 3-point make this season.
A little too much body on the trap attempt by Ohio State. Again, stops the clock. No free throws this time. But Ohio State with 4 fouls here early in the quarter.
Take McMahon out of the game. That's her 3rd foul. spelled by Taylor Theory. So after all that good work to start this fourth quarter, the three-pointer by Ohio State. Just a 3-3 fourth. Bob feed down low for Joyner. Had the height advantage, but threw it away. Had the advantage on Harris, but it looked like the double came from 𝗀𝗁𝗱𝗆𝗀𝗃.
There was a sea of people around her. How she managed to catch it, I'm not quite sure. Couldn't hold on to it. Errant pass out of bounds. Not sure I'm blaming her completely for that one, though.
Buckeyes have found ways to neutralize the tough press from ECU throughout this contest. They have committed 20 turnovers in the game, none here in the fourth quarter. From the free throw line to the block, wave off the rejection. Foul on the floor with 6:40 to go.
Ohio State showing some patience on offense, willing to work the clock, or they really attack the rim and look for that basket. Fury will step up and shoot too, a great free throw shooter.
Fury's just a great shooter this year. Entered the tournament 83% from the field. Again, 3-game sample size. It's tops in the country. 5 for 5 from the field today.
It's easy to get a big head and say, I'm shooting well, I'm going to shoot more. She's taking her shots and playing within the system. Sign of a mature, good player.
Oftentimes those high percentage shots in the post area. The good free throw shooting continues as well. 16 of 17 on the season.
Nothing
23 times she has shot the ball, 22 times it's gone in.
Nothing but net. She's not even drawing a little bit of iron on that free throw.
So the lead balloons to 20 for Kevin McCutt's group.
And again, Celeste Taylor might not show up in the stat sheet as much, but her defensive efforts, where her stats are showing is the number of points that Danae McNeil's been able to put up, or not been able to put up, I should say.
Fadeaway jumper. Dennis can't get it down. 𝗀𝗁𝗱𝗆𝗃𝗃 gets up to bring it in. Harris gave it away. Interception by Dennis. One-on-one. Good D by Harris. And again, in and out on the three-point opportunity.
And I'll tell you, Harris did everything she could to wall up and not foul. It was a change of direction. Offense almost ran into the defense. You got to call that contact, but give Harris credit. She tried to not foul on that one.
So more fourth quarter free throws here for the Pirates.
Let's continue our talk about Celeste Taylor. Great teams have a lockdown defender. It's easy to have a great offensive player on the other team, but if you've got a lockdown defender who takes pride in their ability to really hold somebody off their best game, that's a team that can win a championship again this year.
Through the press in 9 seconds. Harris in the corner. Corner to corner. One-touch feed.
And again, Sheldon experience, pulling it out, using the clock.
Interior feed. Inside out at Sheldon. Three-pointer. Count it.
That's textbook.
It's her fourth triple make of the contest on 5 tries. And she is the game's leading scorer with 20. Ohio State will have Oklahoma State on Wednesday. An interesting matchup. 2 Power 5 teams. As Mosley steps into the three. Count it. Off the backboard as coach looks down.
Sometimes those go in and you just say thanks. The thing I like about Ohio State is they have so many players on any given night that can step up and score double figures. They've got their big three, but they've got plenty of others that can have that night. Harris is having that night tonight. So you got 3 in double figures and a couple more sitting with 9. They are not a one-woman team.
Pirates, meanwhile, will have Seton Hall, the 11 a.m. game on Wednesday. Shot clock at 5. Motor got to get moving for the Pirates. Weish left it short.
It looked good. She looked like she had some confidence shooting that.
For the record, that was Talia Weish. Again, one of 10 sets of twins that are teammates in Division I. 𝗀𝗲𝗱𝘆.
Rebecca with her second triple. And she breaks into the double-figure scoring column as well.
So 4 in double figures for the Buckeyes, all starters.
Oops. Just couldn't get out of the way. Rebecca says, it's on me. She didn't mean to. I'll give her credit for that.
Time out of the floor. We're going to take it with them with 4:08 remaining. Ohio State on the verge of their third consecutive victory, 73-51. Your score. Come finish it up with us on the other side here at 𝗿𝗲𝗱𝘆. Final 4 minutes and 8 seconds here in the fourth quarter. Ohio State, the 13th ranked team in the country, flexing their muscles here at the beach with a 73-51 advantage at the 𝗿𝗲𝗱𝘆 Convention Center. She is Beth Dunkenberger. I'm Johnny Wincott. Game 2 of 5 of our Pink Flamingo Championship with 5 more to come on Wednesday. Free throws here for East Carolina in the form of Micah Dennis. Has supplied a pretty good game today, 9 points. With a make here, she'll be the third Pirate into double figures.
I'm impressed with this East Carolina team. The type of defensive pressure they put on the ball to force Ohio State, who is a top 20 team, into so many turnovers is just a credit to their defense.
Still in the 20-point advantage. Sheldon out there, controlling front court left. Handoff for Theory. Top of the key, Harris, the dangerous three-point shooter, lobbed down low. Not often can you throw it over the 6'4" 𝗀𝗲𝗱𝘆, but it's a 22nd turnover.
I think McGuff respects this press, and he wants his veteran players handling the ball down the stretch. He doesn't want that quick 10-0 run to let East Carolina back in this game.
McNeil probing. Our player spotlight, you noted, quiet at certain times during this game. Spinning, shooting, left it short.
Do you think when McNeil goes to brush her teeth tonight, she'll look in the mirror and see Celeste Taylor's shadow right behind her? Because she's been on her hip the entire game. Extra effort.
Our officials trying to speed things up here late in the game. Urging Talia Weish to get to the free throw line.
Tell you, it moved quickly, and then we've had a couple stops that have made it seem to linger.
Felt the same way in game number 1, kind of a swift 3 quarters. A stop and go fourth. 𝗀𝗲𝗱𝘆 rebounds. Remains a 20-point lead for Ohio State. Again, they will have Oklahoma State on Wednesday. Battle between the Buckeyes and the Cowgirls. Wednesday, We won't be confused at all at 11 a.m. when the Pirates take on the Pirates.
Arg, can't go wrong.
Harris takes the circuitous route, and she will head to the free throw line.
I gotta admit, the ESPN commercial with the Pirates is one of my all-time favorites.
Oh, those are all classics.
Yeah, they're very witty.
I've not seen any Pirate mascots here, or if the mascots were able to make their way onto the flights out of the country.
The mascots usually don't get to make this trip. I am sure you'd have plenty of volunteers to come to the 𝗿𝗲𝗱𝘆. But that one's not in the budget yet.
I think maybe some paperwork issues as well, going out of country.
No pirate passports right now. I see.
Brutus showing up to Bahamian immigration in full garb. 75-53, final 3 minutes. Before we get you Game 3 action, between Florida and Purdue, the Gators, for what it's worth, will serve as the home team against the Boilermakers, two Power 5 programs.
East Carolina got away with a step there, but if you don't act like it's a wall, sometimes you get away with that. Poker face.
Foul goes against the Long Islander, 𝗀𝗁 Jenkins, 6'1" junior from Millbrook High School. Well, it'll be a loss today for Kim McNeil's group. It's certainly a learning experience. And right on cue, they come up with another turnover, forcing one of the top teams in the country into 23 blunders.
Should McNeil lead her team back to the big dance, they'll be more ready because of a game like this. There's no doubt Ohio State is an NCAA team. Playing this competition only makes you better.
More free throws here in this fourth quarter for the Pirates. It'll be the freshman Karina Gordon. It's already been named the AAC Freshman of the Week once.
Great future in store for Gordon. Coaches are high on her. Beautiful touch at the free throw line.
9 points in her collegiate debut against Elon. Followed that up with an 11-point effort against USC Upstate.
Gordon played on the state championship team in Florida at St. Thomas Aquinas, the same school where Abby Shue from Columbia played her senior year. Great program in Florida.
A lot of connections in this 𝗿𝗲𝗱𝘆 tournament between the 10 teams. Players, coaches.
A lot of great high school coaches out there that really make this game better.
Shot clock whittles down to 8. Beautiful take by Taylor. There's your talk about shot selection. Ohio State had maybe two good-looking three-pointers. They passed up on the shot they could make for the one they couldn't miss.
This team is so unselfish. Taylor shows she's got that nice touch around the basket in addition to being such a stellar defender. And now the subs will come in. So some good experience for some of the bench players for Ohio State.
We see the likes of the freshman Diana Collins. Emma Shoemate, the redshirt sophomore, as well, back out onto the hardwood. So Shoemate off her career-high 10 points in the 22-point win against Boston College. And with 1:10 remaining, the margin sits at 22 again for Ohio State.
Well, you see the ACC team playing the same margin to this top 20 Ohio State team as this American Athletic Conference team.
High-low feed theory. Right-handed punting no-go. Shoemate brings in the offensive rebound. It's a new shot clock here for the Ohio State Buckeyes, who are 50 seconds away from their third consecutive win. Lone loss against a ranked opponent in the USC Trojans. They'll tip off at 9 p.m. tonight. Parks is on the board. Tyre Parks making her mark late in the game. Talked about her earlier, the transfer by way of Michigan State, the former Sparty.
Ohio State continuing to shoot above 50% from the floor for this game and for the year. Certainly one of the best shooting teams in the nation. And they'll hold here, dribble the clock out.
No quit from the ECU defense, even down 24 with 5 seconds remaining. Ohio State makes it a 3-game winning streak. They take care of business in their first game down in Paradise. It's a 79-55 final over East Carolina as the Pirates sink to 2-2 overall. So 2 games in the books, still 3 more to go. We expect to have some members of the Ohio State winning team here for an interview in just a moment. And she is Beth Duncanberger. I'm 𝗀𝗲𝗱𝗆𝗃. Glad you've stuck around through the first 2 games today of our Pink Flamingo Championship at 𝗿𝗲𝗱𝗆. Before we get some of the members of Ohio State, what impressed you the most about the Buckeyes in this one?
A couple of things. One, I thought that they held on to the ball much better in the second half, ending up with only 23 turnovers for a game. I don't think they'll see that number of turnovers much in the future, but they've got to be pleased that they held on to the ball a lot better in the second half. Also, they continue to shoot the ball with such efficiency.
And we're joined by the winning coach of Ohio State in Kevin McGuff. Thank you for the time. Congrats on the win.
Of course, thank you. Hard-fought win. East Carolina's got a really good team. I thought they played hard, but, we finally settled down and were able to execute against their zone to get good shots.
Your 430th career win. What has all the success meant to you here at Ohio State?
That just means I'm old, really. No, it's been great. I've been really fortunate. I've had 3 head coaching jobs. They've all been at great schools where they really support women's basketball. And I really enjoy being at Ohio State. I'm fortunate to be the head coach here. And hopefully we can have many more winning years to come.
Coach, one of the most efficient offensive teams I've seen. Your shooting percentage remains above 50% for the year. Tell us a little bit more about that.
Well, I think when we're at our best, we're kind of creating turnovers, so that creates some easy opportunities, which gets your field goal percentage up. And then, we have good offensive players who shoot the ball. So I think a combination of the offensive execution and just turning people over to get easy baskets.
You'll have Oklahoma State on Wednesday. What to expect from the Cowgirls?
They're good. They got, I think, 9 new players, and they've used a lot of really good talent. And so I think it's hard to kind of read exactly where they are, but they have the talent to be a great team. And so they're going to put it together at some point in a big way, and hopefully it's not Wednesday.
We appreciate the time. Good luck on Wednesday. So that was Kevin McGuff, part of his 430th career win. And now we will welcome in 𝗀𝗲𝗱𝘆, who is the team's leading scorer in the victory today. 𝗀𝗲, congrats on the win. Thanks for the time.
Thank you. Yeah, of course.
You mentioned unfinished business this season in your 5th year. 4 games deep. How would you evaluate things so far for the Buckeyes?
Yeah, it's still early, but we're learning how to play together, really figuring it out. Our chemistry is only going to grow, so we're excited. We got a really good group this year.
I gotta ask, were you a track star in high school? Because you were shot out of a cannon getting down the floor in the first half. Your transition buckets were fun to watch, and then you lit it up from the 3-point line.
Yeah, my mom ran track, so I get my speed from her. But no, we cleaned it up there once the game got going. I think we got a little bit more comfortable. But still, we got to take care of the ball a little better, but happy with the win.
𝗀𝗲𝗱𝘆, you were the team high scorer today. What exactly has to be working on any given night for you to be working?
Yeah, I think us just playing together. I like getting my teammates open. I like getting everyone involved, and we play really well together. So, like I said, we got to eliminate those turnovers. But when we're moving the ball and we're playing together well, it's fun.
Thank you for the time, and we'll see you Wednesday against Oklahoma State.
Sounds good. Thank you, guys.
So the Ohio State Buckeyes are winners in Game 2 of this Pink Flamingo Championship, a 79-55 final. We got a lot more basketball coming up before we get to Florida, Purdue. Again, this Ohio State, East Carolina. We'll see them again. We kind of talked about it a little bit. How good is this Ohio State team, number 13 in the country at the moment?
I'll tell you, I'm impressed. Just the depth of the team, their defensive presence, their ability to share the ball. I think they'll go far this year.
All right, so Game 2 is in the books. Ohio State wins it 79-55. Florida and Purdue next up on the docket. Sam Hyman is back into the play-by-play seat. And game number 3 underway in just a moment. So, for my broadcast partner, Beth Duncanberger, I'm 𝗀𝗲𝗱𝗆𝗃. We'll see you soon from 𝗿𝗲𝗱𝗆𝗆.
TV and mom was asleep.
Uh-huh.
And I just went tired at about 12 o'clock. I said, shoot, get this. I went in your room and started watching TV. And probably about 20 minutes after watching TV, then I was tired. So luckily, when you text,
Oh.
she wasn't there. So
Yeah.
I was in your room. What you gotta do? What's that?
You can go. Yeah, no, I was saying I need to shower.